Bada beam, bada boom. Ladies, only ladies, only ladies. How is everyone doing today? All right. So as Roma, Manchester United are playing, we're going to do a live today. Just talk about a little bit of a Juve game coming up this Sunday. We're going to talk about something I really want to talk about, which is the news and these reports that come out every day and how they're all 100% bullshit. Everyone. Hey, what's up, Saif? How you doing, my friend? Right now, Roma almost scoring a goal, but whatever. Roma has to score 4 goals to go through. I wonder if that's going to happen. I doubt that's going to happen. That's impossible. That's never going to happen. But yeah, I want to talk about reports, transfers, and how it's all bullshit. Okay? It's all bullshit. Mr. Necklord, how are you doing, my man? How's everything? And then, guys, I'm going to open the lines. I want, you guys can come on one at a time. Tell me what you think about, get it off your chest. You guys can get off your chest whatever topics you want, one at a time. I'd love to hear what you guys have got to say. I wonder if our friends Laert, Aaron, or Ari are going to join us today. Let's send them a message. Let's see. I know you guys have been wanting to see Ari. Ari is I don't know where Ari is. But we will get to all these topics, and I want to hear what you guys got to say about this stuff. Well, let's start with Milan Juve. The good news right now regarding Milan Juve is that the full squad is there. Pioli has everybody at his disposal. He even has Maldini. Even Maldini is there ready to play. So this is obviously the formation we're going to see. Donnarumma, Calabria, Kjaer, Tomori, Theo, Benacer, Kessie, Chala, Rebic. I think this is what the coach is going to be looking at. It's either going to be Kjaer or Romagnoli or Rebic or Leao. It's one of those, It's one of those. But we are expecting to have a full squad, and it should be good. If we have a full squad, I am confident that this team is going to go far, that this team is going to achieve the objectives. So I really don't give a shit about Juve. Now, let's talk about the referee, the person that is refereeing this game, Valeri. So, a lot of people have been discussing, since it's Juve, since it's at a crucial point in the season, a lot of people think, Juve has the referees in their pockets. It is possible. I saw a stat that was quite interesting. Valeri has refereed 33 AC Milan games and 13 red cards. That's a lot. That's almost half. That's almost 50%. So, shit. I wonder who he wants to give a red card to. Roma attacking pretty decently here against Manchester United. They got to score 4 goals. They're not going to score 4 goals. But now, what do we expect from Juventus? I know Chiesa is back, so we're probably going to get Chiesa right here. Last time Chiesa played on this side of the pitch, and he made Romagnoli and Theo Hernandez look like children. But we'll see. We'll see if the same thing is going to happen. Ronaldo is going to be there, of course. I think Dybala is going to be the other choice. Dybala is back. So, they have a lot of goals, in their arsenal. They definitely have a lot of goals. Both Dybala and Cristiano Ronaldo are looking for their 100th goal of with Juventus. But whatever. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit about them? So this is what we're expecting to see. It should be interesting. I think this is a very nice, clean formation. Ibra would probably be doing what he does here, tie all of the players together. Offensively, we're probably going to look something like this. Rebic is going to come in, do those runs. Salamakers doesn't really go too central. Salamakers usually stays on this side of the pitch. You don't really see Salamakers go central on this area. You see Salamakers do these kind of runs where he goes through the middle, where he cuts through the middle, kind of like how Chala does his cuts. And then you will find Salamakers usually here, literally in front of the goal, right there in front of the box, with his butterfly ass shots. There's one thing that I will criticize about Salamakers is his shots, man. Nobody shoots as weak as Salamakers. Saif, maybe it is the what you call it, the quality of it slips my mind. Maybe you can fix it there on the options, on the YouTube options. So you're gonna have Salamakers doing these kind of runs right here in the middle. We're gonna get shots from Chala. Chala is going to use Ibra as an outlet. Okay, now talking about Chala and Ibra and the story that they're fighting, there's infighting, and that people are not, and I'm not even going to pay attention to that shit. Okay, this is all bullshit, and I'll come to that. I'll come to this. I'll show you guys exactly how bullshit the media is. And this is all media, not just sports media, all media. Guys, I will show you proof right now in a few minutes, the amount of bullshit that the media. In fact, I am never, ever, ever, ever going to ever read a transfer market rumor report. I'm done with those. I have retired AC Milan news. I will never, ever read anything that's got to do with contracts, that's got to do with possible transfer. Okay. Anyway, I want to get to that later. Let's just keep going on here. So we're going to see Chala. We're probably going to see Chala working around Ibra. Ibra is perfect because Ibra is a great layoff man, right? So Ibra is actually quite fantastic. And this is something that he's developed in the later stages of his career. Because being a layoff player is usually a player that is very, is very generous. Let's call it that way. A team player is a player that does layoffs. Ibra. I mean, with us, I guess he was very generous with Nocerino. If you remember when Nocerino scored more than almost 13 goals in that one season, all assisted by Ibra. But let's say in these later stages of his career, as he's getting older, as he's getting wiser, he is definitely improving his ability to play for the team. Now, when you have a champion of that caliber playing for the team, guys, that is a coach's wet dream. All right. Players of that caliber that play for the team and don't play for themselves, forget about it. Ronaldo, does Ronaldo really play for the team, or does he play for himself? A combination of both. Okay, he does a combination of both. Messi, well, interesting about Messi, the way Messi plays football was quite interesting, because in order for Messi to play for himself, he plays with a team. That is his ability. His ability his great talent is to connect with his teammates and create those 1-2s and to create those movements and that really nice, smooth tiki-taka kind of football. But, if you put Messi in a team that can't interpret the kind of football that he plays, he's going to have a lot of difficulty. And we've seen this at the national level. We've seen it in various stages of his career. Messi needs a good team around him, all right? And he's not that much of a leader. Messi is not a locker room leader. And that's if you guys ever see this this moment between Pelé and Maradona when they were just chatting, and I guess it was a hot mic moment. And Pelé asks Maradona, "So what do you think about Messi? What do you think about him?" And Maradona said, "Yeah, Messi doesn't have character. He's not a leader." So that was a very interesting moment there, and it's something that we can actually see. We can see that from Messi. Messi is a leader on the pitch. He's a leader. He's a technical leader, but he's not a charismatic leader. Anyway. Ibra, on the other hand, is a little bit of both. He is a charismatic leader and a technical leader, which is great for us. Too bad about his age, but whatever, it works. It works. So now what I'm expecting, this is basically what I think Milan will look like offensively, what they usually look like offensively. So you have... Ibra is not going to... Ibra, the most you're going to see Ibra is go here in this area to connect with all the players and create that tiki-taka, that possession football. Kessie is most likely going to come forward into the spaces. And Benacer is going to be the player that roams the middle, the director, il regista. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be a pretty interesting game. Milan-Juventus is always a great game. I remember a few Milan-Juventuses obviously the Champions League Milan-Juventus, which was one of the worst soccer games I've ever seen in my whole life. Such a boring game, no action. Actually, I gotta say, I was kind of embarrassed when I was watching that game. I was embarrassed because, obviously, a supporter of Italian football and Serie A, it was kind of embarrassing to see, the two best Italian teams play a game so lackluster. No action, no dangerous moments. Just I think there were like two dangerous moments that whole game. And I was watching that game with fellow Argentinian friends I was going to college with at that time, and we used to play soccer at the park every day. And I remember those fuckers fell asleep watching that game. I was the only one awake. Those guys fucking fell asleep. I don't know if they did it to troll me, or just to tell me, or just to prove a point. But yeah, they fucking fell asleep. That's how bad that game was. Obviously, the win was amazing, but I remember a really tough game against Juventus when we lost 6-0 or 6-1. And I was a kid, I was a child, and it really hurt. That one really hurt because the next day I had to go to school, and I had to, I had to hear it from all my Juventus fans friends. Now, the last game we played, that was a pretty close game, to be honest with you. That was a pretty close game. We could have won that game. We could have lost that game. A lot of the games that we are winning and losing, I think Gianmario here has been on the channel, and he said it. He is right when he says that, a lot of these games that we ended up losing are games that if we would have taken our chances, we could have won. Which you can say that about any kind of game, but it is more true, I would say, with this AC Milan. Anyway, what am I expecting? I'm expecting Juventus to bring the heat. What I am relying on is Pirlo's. One of the advantages that we have against Juventus is Pirlo. Let me tell you why. Pirlo has not been able. Okay, the difference between Pioli and Pirlo is that Pirlo has changed his formation, I think, more than 30 times this season. All right. So this team, Juventus, has never been able to solidify a format. They've never been able to solidify a winning formula. All right. So every game is an experiment. Every game is them relying on, their goal scorers. The team, the idea of football has not been established there, which is one of the reasons why I think Milan does have a good opportunity. Since we have all our best players back, Milan is the complete opposite. Milan knows, under Pioli, Milan knows how to play only one way. And Milan has established a system, a formula, an idea, especially with Ibra there, interpreting the idea, being the leader of idea. Çalhanoğlu now has been playing for a bunch of games, so he's match fit. Benacer has been playing a bunch of games. There's no reason why this guy is not match fit right now. Calabria has been playing a bunch of games. There's absolutely no reason why he wouldn't be match fit. Literally, there's no reason for anybody right now in our team not to be match fit. If anything, right now, the best thing that can happen to us, knock on wood, is the fact that all our team is back match fit and we're up and we're playing 4 finals. So, this is definitely to our advantage. And it's one of the things that we can look forward to. It is very possible that Milan will dominate possession in this game. Most likely, Milan will dominate possession in this game. Most likely, Milan will have more shots on goal. But on the other hand, Juventus has more efficient goal scorers. All right, so this is where they get the advantage. They have the top goal scorer of the Serie A in Cristiano Ronaldo. They have Morata. They have Dybala. They have Chiesa. They have, McKennie that has been scoring goals coming from the midfield. They have, who else do they have that scores goals? Let's see. Well, you got Kulusevski. He hasn't been scoring many goals. They have Cuadrado. Cuadrado is going to be very dangerous. Cuadrado is pretty much the center. Cuadrado is their playmaker, pretty much. So now, if I was Pioli, right, that's who I would stop. So how do we counterattack Juve? How do we counter Juve? That's the question. How do you counter Juve? Well, how do you counter any team? By killing, the brains of the brain. You go, what's a kill shot, right? You know what a kill shot? A kill shot is when you go for the jugular. You go for the brain. So if I was Pioli, what I would do, I would stop Cuadrado from making his plays. I'd have 2 players, Roman Cuadrado, and making sure that whenever Cuadrado gets the ball. Now, this is one thing that we have to talk about football, right? Like, you don't necessarily need to take the ball away from Cuadrado or any player. You don't need to take the ball away from them. But the way you pressure a player is how you pressure them once they touch the ball, once their first touch, okay? Because that first touch then dictates where the action is going to go next. So you can manipulate someone's game by how you pressure him, in what position you pressure him, what angle you get him at, okay? So you don't need to take him out of the game. You don't have to make it so that he never touches the ball. You don't even need to take the ball off of him. All you need to do is just make sure that his first touch is always a touch that maybe takes him backwards, where he has to pass the ball. Back. Just do not get him in a situation in which he's in this area of the pitch where he can put in those crosses, where he can make those dribbles and make those 1-2s with the various Chiesa and Dybala. Just keep him here. Contain him. Containment. That is a big part of understanding defensive football. Containment. How do you contain? You contain by positioning yourself correctly and by pressuring the first touch. Okay, that's what you want to pressure. You want to pressure the first touch. You want to manipulate that player to send the ball away from his more dangerous actions. And that's what I would do first. That's the first thing I would do if I was Pioli. I would contain Cuadrado. I would make sure that if Cuadrado has an average of, let's say, 10 crosses per game, my goal against Cuadrado would be that, against Milan, you're going to have maximum 3 crosses. All right. Whatever his average is per game, it has to go down 50%. That's the first thing I would do against Juventus. Second thing I would do, it would be obviously look at Cristiano Ronaldo. Now, obviously, you're thinking, wow, you're looking at Cuadrado before Cristiano Ronaldo. Yeah, I am. And let me tell you why. Because Cristiano Ronaldo is only dangerous when he gets the ball in this area. All right? When he's here in this area. But when Cristiano Ronaldo is back here, he doesn't do anything dangerous. He's not even very good at crossing the ball. He doesn't have the speed anymore to dribble. Where Cristiano Ronaldo is dangerous is when he comes in from this area, goes into the box, and then, acts as the number 9, where he can head the ball in or he can do a one touch. But Cristiano Ronaldo depends a lot on what this guy does, on Cuadrado. A lot of what Cristiano Ronaldo a lot of that depends on Cuadrado. So, again, if I'm the coach, I'm not even thinking too much about Cristiano Ronaldo. I'm thinking about the players that give the ball to Cristiano Ronaldo. How do I stop them? That is where I'm thinking. That is how I'm seeing the game. That is how I am preparing the game. I know it may not be the same, but I would consider a 3 at the back. Tomori Canore would be so good. They have many dangerous attackers. Well, okay. I mean, safe, yes, of course. That would be a little bit drastic, especially knowing Pioli. I just don't think Pioli is very good at change information and creating new tactical approaches, because we saw it. All this time, we've been talking about how Pioli needs to make more changes. I have changed my mind about this because I've seen the changes he made, and they were awful. Let's just do this. You have all your players back. You've created your system. Let's keep, Pioli tactics out as much as possible and let the players do their job. But, obviously, now it's too late. Obviously, it'd be too late, Saif, to do a 3-4, a 3-5-2. Anyway, so let's going back. Now, who are my other players that I want to cover? Now, you got, I'm assuming that Tomori and Kjaer are going to be the 2 central defenders. And Morata is going to be, if it's Morata or Dybala, Tomori is going to be the player taking care of Morata or Dybala. Now, here we might have some issues, okay? Because we've seen Tomori, for example, Dybala's strength, one of Dybala's strength, is his ability to come in, cut in, dribble, steal the time of the player, and play these shots, into the second post, into the far post. We've seen Tomori being a subject to this. We've seen Tomori being dribbled, quite easily. We saw it against Correa. We saw it against Raspadori. We've seen Tomori get off position against Manchester United. We've seen Tomori do many mistakes. What would I ask Tomori? I would ask Tomori, listen, whenever these guys are in this area, whether it's Dybala or Morata, just stick your chest on their back. Stick your chest on their back, right? And let me tell you why. Because sticking your chest on a striker's back creates a psychological impact to the other players. For example, especially if you are Dybala, a small player, but Dybala is the technical player. Let's say Cuadrado has the ball here, right? And Dybala comes out here and he asks for a ball. So I asked Tomori, stick on Dybala's back. So he sticks on his back. Now Cuadrado, what he does, he's going to have this channel open, but he's going to see that Tomori is on his back, right? He's going to see that. So now Cuadrado is going to think twice. Okay, should I pass the ball to Dybala and risk the counterattack or risk him just losing? Or should I just go back to the midfield and just play possession football? So that's maybe how I would get rid of Dybala. Once Dybala has the ball, you have to be very focused. Again, what I would do is more so manipulate how they have the ball, right? And what they do with the ball. That's what I would ask my players. On Dybala, stick to his back, right? That's what I would do. Stick to his back and just, as soon as he has the ball, just don't make it easy for him. Just let him go backwards. So it's not a matter of stealing the ball from the players, but it's a matter of manipulating the game of your adversaries. And the way you contain a team, the way you pressure your team, the way you focus on certain players that are the key components of that team, you can do that. So, if I'm Pioli, that's what I'm thinking, because obviously if obviously they're going to get their chances, and it's going to be up to, when it's a 1v1 against Ronaldo, you just got to pray and hope that he messes up. So what do you want to do? You want to minimize those situations. Let's say that Cristiano Ronaldo, Dybala, Morata, Chiesa, and whoever make a total of, let's say, an average altogether 25 shots per game. Let's bring it down to 12. Let's bring it down to 13. Let's bring it down to 10 if possible. We can't bring it down to 0. That's just not possible. That's not realistic. But we can bring it down. So that's what I'm thinking if I'm Pioli and if I'm coaching the team and if I'm preparing the tactical approach. Now, as far as the middle goes, you're going to have these runs coming in from McKennie. McKennie is very dangerous because he's going to be making these inside runs through the channels, and he usually connects with Cuadrado. Again, if I stop Cuadrado, McKennie becomes irrelevant, right? If I just minimize Cuadrado's crosses, let's say Cuadrado does 10 crosses per game, I minimize his crosses to 3, now the possibilities of McKennie scoring a goal become much lower. All right, now here you have Chiesa coming in on this side. Chiesa is very difficult. Chiesa is a very difficult player to mark, because on this side Chiesa has the speed. Now Chiesa would be a problem. How would I defend Chiesa? That would be a big problem. How to defend Chiesa? Benacer. Now is Benacer. So I would have to go with Salah. I would have to ask Salah to play more a game of sacrifice and double up on Chiesa. Benacer defensively, if he's match fit, Benacer can stay with the player. If Benacer, okay, again, let's look at Pirlo, right? Pirlo was not a player that had immense speed or immense aggressiveness, but he had intelligence, and it's where you position yourself in containment that affects how your opponents work, right? It's how you position yourself. Like, for example, if Chiesa receives the ball, if Benacer places himself here, right there, then what is the channel? That is the channel. That is a tough channel to find. Again, it's how you position. It's about closing the channels. If Benacer is match fit, he can do this very well. And if he's even more match fit, he can stay even close to the players and just make it difficult for them. Again, guys, a great defense is not a defense that steals the ball all the time. A great defense is a defense that makes it difficult for your opponents to play, right? That's all you got to do. You just got to make it difficult. For example, even when it comes to a Ronaldo cross, and this is something that is pretty normal, right? Let's say he crosses. All you got to do is not give him a clean chance. He can hit the ball. He can even touch the ball. But just don't give him a clean chance. Touch his body slightly. Push him slightly to the left. All you got to do is just make it a little, just dirty his action, Sporca l'azione. That's how we call it in Italian. We say sporca l'azione. Sporca means dirty. Azione means action. Just dirty his action. Don't just add a mole onto that beautiful face or whatever. So now we gotta, I guess, if Chiesa is the man that we are looking at, I would be relying more so on Salah as our sacrificial player to play lower and take care of Chiesa. Now Chiesa, I don't know if Chiesa is going to be completely match fit, but what Chiesa is very good at doing is receiving the ball in this area, then playing with his teammates, eventually getting himself into this position. And when he is in this position, he goes for the attack, right? So at that point, what we want to see from Calabria is for Calabria, when Chiesa is in this position, we want to see Calabria stick with him all the time. We got to really hope that Calabria is in top form. Let's see. Saif, what do you say? The key is Teo Hernandez, both defensively and offensively. Yes, we will get to the offensive stuff next. Again, as a coach, what you want to do before going to, let's say, thinking about how you're going to score against a team, you want to think about how you're going to minimize the damage, right? So we want to hope that Calabria is going to just stick with him right there. Salamakers needs to come down. Benacer is going to be here. It's going to be this tandem, Chiesa, Cristiano Ronaldo, is going. If we stop this tandem here, the Chiesa, Cristiano Ronaldo tandem, and then the Alexandro coming here also. Alexandro is going to, or I think it's probably going to be Alexandro. I'm assuming that Juventus is going to play with a 4-4-2. All right. So you're going to have Alexandro as your fullback, Chiesa as your winger on the right. Well, on their left. So if we stop this tandem here, and we just minimize the damage here, then we're good. If we stop Cuadrado here, now, if Cuadrado is playing left wing, then that means that, right wing for them, then that means that Danilo is probably going to play the fullback position. Yeah, Danilo is probably going to play the fullback position. Danilo is not a player that we got to watch out for so much. Danilo is more a player that doubles up as a central defender. He's more a player that the strikers need to watch out for rather than the midfielders. He obviously does come up and he contributes to the possession play, but Danilo is not a player that we have to really worry about so much when in possession. Danilo is a player that is going to play simple football. He's going to just play the simple passes. He's not going to look for those channels. He's not going to look for any. He's just a very solid player, right? He's just a very solid, player. So if now, if on the other hand, Cuadrado is playing fullback, and let's say Kulusevski is playing here, then that means that a lot of the time, both these players are going to be behind the middle line, which is great. It is actually quite good because that means that this area is going to be exposed quite a lot if that were to happen. If this area is exposed, well, the counterattacks galore. And when you have a player, an offensive regista such as Ibrahimovic conducting, your counterattacks just with one-touch layoffs, then guys, it could be a good day for us. I don't know what Pirlo is going to do. If Pirlo had any intelligence, he would probably go with Danilo in the fullback position and Cuadrado as the left wing. And just, anytime Juventus attacks, have three on the back, the two central defenders, and then Danilo doubling up as the center back. So things to look out for. But anyway, from the middle, what to stop from the middle? Okay, again, you have McKennie. We can stop McKennie, but we don't need to stop McKennie, We don't need to stop McKennie. We need to stop what's coming from the wings. Juventus attacks from the wings. They do not attack from the middle. all the goals that they create are goals where you have either the inserimenti, but everything starts from the sides and then goes in. So if we just stop the wings, we're good. It's going to be a good game. The other player is going to be probably Rabiot, I'm assuming, or it's going to be Bentancur. Rabiot, Bentancur, nothing is going to change that much. Both these players are players that kind of just play filter football. We call it filter football. Football that is not necessarily dangerous football. It's just football, possession football, right? And then you have Arthur. I don't know if Arthur is fit. Arthur can be a little bit of a problem in the middle because he is very good with the ball. He can dribble. He can create things. So it's going to be up to Kessie. It's going to be up to Çalhanoğlu to cover this middle. Let's remember that in a defensive posture, this is what Milan looks like. All right. In a defensive posture, Milan looks like this. Let's say we're playing against Barcelona and we are being squashed by their tiki-taka. Let's say we want to really play defensively. This is what it looks like. All right. This is what it looks like. And then you have Chala. Chala might be either here. It depends. That's the thing. Your attacking midfielder can change the positions. It doesn't really matter. He can be here, there. But as long as the line, if I'm a coach and I ask, a defensive 4-5, I want to see a line of 5 there. Now that line of 5 there is pretty solid. There's not much space. There's not. The only way to beat a line of 5 is with really good football players. I mean, and Juventus does have really good football players. By the way, Cavani just scored, so the goleada is about to start. I want to bet that I'm going to bet that this game is going to end 4-0 for Manchester United. What to worry about is head balls, especially from corners, and Torres' liability in our defense. Calabria can handle Chiesa, Ali says. It's easy for Pirlo to set up against us. We always play the same way. Much harder to see how Juve will, because they can change the formation. Yes, Necklord, it is true that we always play the same way, but Juventus doesn't. So that's the thing. Like, that can be something that we can take advantage of. That is something that we can take advantage of, Necklord, because we have a system, we have a formula, and all our players are back, and our formula is there, ready to just be interpreted. Juventus doesn't have a formula, and it's not easy if you don't have a formula. If you don't have a formula, it's not easy. So it is something that we can take advantage of. It is definitely something that we can take advantage of. All right. Again, if we cover the wings, if we cover Chiesa, and again, listen, it's not about, as far as I'm concerned, Çalhanoğlu's career is on the line versus Juventus. Let me just reiterate something. It's not about stopping your team or stopping your opponent. It's about minimizing what they do, right? And I'll just repeat this one more time, and then we'll move on. If a team like Juventus, for example, has an average of 25 shots per game, bring it down to 13. Bring it down to 15. Bring it down to 10 if you can. If Cuadrado has an average of 15 crosses per game, bring it down to 5. If Cristiano Ronaldo has an average of 10 shots per game, bring it down to 3. This is what you want to do. That is what you want to do. And you don't need to steal the ball. You just got to make it difficult for them, right? Because if you give Cuadrado a clean cross, he's going to put it in the right spot, right? Let's say Theo gives him a space there, and he puts in that's a need for Cuadrado. A player like Cuadrado put in a cross right there, perfectly in the middle for Theo or for McKennie. That's easy. Any day. But all you got to do is just give him a little bit of pressure, and maybe that cross is going to go too far. Maybe that cross is not even going to make it to the first post. So Milan can definitely take on Juventus. This is not going to be very difficult. I think. So is Theo, in my opinion. He's going to have to be spot on defense. Yeah, they all have to be spot on defensively. They all have to be spot on defensively. You know, there's no two ways about it. And you have to because this game is going to define the season. If we mess up this game, then it's done. Then it's over, guys. It's over. This game could be the most important game. I know we say this all the time. Every time there's a big game, we will say, guys, this next game is the most important game of the season. Right now, this game is 100% the most important game of the season. You know, a tie would be okay. A win would be perfect. Now, offensively, as long as Ibra plays his game, that's all we need. Like, if I'm the coach, right? Okay, obviously I want Salamakers. If I'm the coach, this is what I'm going to do offensively. I'm actually going to ask Calabria to be a little bit more, conservative with his runs up front, because you do have Chiesa and Cristiano Ronaldo roaming this area. Obviously, we know that Theo is going to be making those forward bursts. I would say I would do. Now, the other thing is this, all right? This is the problem with offensive solutions, is that, let's say I only attack from the left. If I only attack from the left, that's going to leave this area exposed, and the counterattacks are going to come from this area. Who is in that area? You have Cuadrado, you have Dybala, you have Morata. Okay, you have very good players. But on this area, you have Chiesa, you have Ronaldo, and you have McKennie and Morata. I would rather sacrifice, if I were to decide which area I'm going to sacrifice, I would say I would rather sacrifice this area here, because Theo, first of all, is not the best defender in the world. He's very good at attacking. So yeah, I mean, logic. You just want to use common sense. Logic. You just want to look at it logically. So I would actually ask Calabria to be a little bit more conservative, and Salamakers also to just be careful not to leave this area exposed. Benacer to make sure to cover here. Also Çalhanoğlu to cover here. Most of my attacks would be coming from this side of the pitch, and that's why I think Danilo is going to be the player. I think Danilo is going to be the player here, and they're going to, because they know that you can't really, either they do what Lazio did. You see, Lazio did something very intelligent against us. They definitely outsmarted Pioli. Inzaghi definitely outsmarted Pioli. Lazio only attacked on Calabria's side, right? They only attacked on Calabria's side because they didn't want to attack on Theo's side, because their line of thought is, if we lose the ball on Theo's side, then this guy is going to create these counterattacks. They're going to kill us. So let's just attack on this side, where the counterattack action from Calabria and Salamakers is not as strong. So offensively, we got to think the same way, right? Obviously, you use your offensive options, your offensive tools. So you use Theo to make these forward runs. You get him to do those 1-2s with Rebic, Ibra, Çalhanoğlu. Guys, these four players, if you get these four players to interact with each other, Theo, Chala, Rebic, and you get them to do those quick 1-2s and create spaces and play in tight spaces, you're going to create chances. You're going to get yourself in front of a goal by yourself. Okay, if you have those four players playing together, it's going to be very difficult for Juventus to contain them. Okay, it's going to be extraordinarily different. This tandem of four players that is capable of playing these penetrating passes, Juventus doesn't have that. Juventus does not have any players that have that kind of chemistry. You will not see that from Juventus. While in Milan, it's a consistent factor that you see Çalhanoğlu, Theo, Ibra, Rebic, and Kessie also. And Benacer, too. You will see these quick dialogue of play. 1-2, 1-1, one touch, 1 second on the ball, touch and go football. touch and go football. You will see that. So if I'm the coach, I'm saying let's just do that for 90 minutes. Let's just attack this side of the field for 90 minutes and rely on these touch and go kind of plays. Let's get the ball forward, rely on the touch and go. And that's the thing. As a coach, I don't even have to tell him how to play. Ibra is one of the best players in the world. I don't need to tell Ibra how to play football. All I got to do is tell Ibra, this is your position in the field. Have fun. That's all I got to do. Okay? Ibra already knows what he needs to do in order to go through the players. Now, other players, maybe like Theo, I'd tell him more, hey, make sure that when you go forward, you go back and make sure you always have an eye. Other players, you kind of want to, direct them a little bit more. But that's all I need to do. I need to put these 4 players together, this combination of 5. They will do everything for me. Just put them in a situation in which they can interact and create football dialogue with each other. They'll do everything for me. And I would sacrifice this side of the field. Because you're going to have Alexandro, you're going to have Chiesa, and you're going to have Ronaldo attacking this side of the field. And I would be like, yes, let's pay more attention defensively to this side. Let's minimize attacks from here. Let's minimize Cuadrado when he has the ball. And stay on Morata or Dybala back to chest. And that's it. That's it. That's all you got to do, and you win this game. Guaranteed. Now, obviously, the players have to be able to do that. It's easy to say it. Of course, it's always easy to say. One thing is actually being on the pitch and performing. It's going to be a very interesting game. I'm quite confident in the team. I'm quite confident in the formation, and I'm quite confident in the tactics. Now, but we'll see, okay? Because Pioli has made some tactical mistakes that are very easy to observe. Very easy to observe. So let's hope that, Pioli doesn't make any tactical mistakes. Yeah, and that's it, So it's going to be an interesting game. Some people are speculating that it's going to be like a cagey match. People are going to be scared of winning, scared of making. And that's the thing. When you're a team that attacks a lot, you're leaving yourself exposed, right? If you are attacking and you're bringing players forward, you're leaving yourself exposed. And it's obvious that you're, a team like Juventus. If you give a team like Juventus space, they're going to hurt you. If you give a space to a team like Milan with Ibra on the pitch, they're going to hurt you. But you know what? You want to know what? If you give a team like Milan with space and Leao is the central focus, we're not going to hurt you. We're going to tickle you. Man, Pioli pisses me off. Oh my God, he pisses me off. I love the guy. Okay, always Milan. Whoever is a coach, I'm always going to go support him. But whatever. So I think this is probably how the game is going to go. Calabria, Salamakers, they're going to be the sacrificial players offensively. Calabria is going to come forward, but we're not going to see much of Calabria. I don't think we're going to see much of Calabria. I think the focus is going to be on this side of the pitch. Now, if Milan were playing against a team that, let's say, is not as good as Juventus, then at that point, I would just say, focus on both wings. Just attack in a balanced fashion. Okay, like let's say, let me tell you this. If you're coaching a team and your fullbacks are capable of playing line to line, that's what we call it, line to line, then that means you're doing a wonderful job. Okay, if both your fullbacks can play line to line, you're a winning team. If both your fullbacks can fill the whole pitch line to line, then that means that your team is playing really well. And that means that the tempo, everybody is in sync. Because Because line to line doesn't mean that I'm sprinting from here to there. No, it's a gradual process. You start here, then you go here, then you go here, maybe you come back, then you go here, then you go here, then you go here, and then you go here and you put it in. Okay, it's a gradual process. It doesn't mean that I get the ball and I run all the way down there. Now both Calabria and Theo are line-to-line fullbacks, so I would normally ask them to play line-to-line football. But in this case, I would only ask Theo to do it, and I would ask Calabria not to go line-to-line. I'd ask Calabria to stop somewhere around there and not go that far. I would keep him somewhere here, always ready to make sure that this side of the pitch, we don't concede any counterattacks on this side of the pitch. So the UEFA, the Europa League, Manchester United is winning 1-0, of course, easy, against Roma. If Arsenal Villarreal is 0-0, no, is it 0-0? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm just looking at the highlights. It looks like, okay, what would that say if, I mean, when I joined this channel, I said it, guys. I said Premier League is 5 steps ahead of Serie A. Maybe 5 is being generous, okay? Guys, both Champions League, all English final. Now, we might have an all English final in the Europa League. Premier League is so far more advanced than Serie A that it's not even funny. It's embarrassing. That's how bad it is. Okay, anyway, so that's what I would do. I would get Theo to do box to box. I would line to line, and ask Calabria to just stop somewhere around there. And that's it, guys. Everything else should just happen by itself automatically. You know, everything else offensively should happen automatically. Just let Ibra do what he does. Let Rebic connect with Ibra or Chala or Theo. It's going to be one of these guys. The goals are going to I don't want to say the goals are going to come from one of these guys, but most of the shots are going to be coming from these players right here. Theo, Chala, Ibra, and Rebic. Now, second half, you can assume that Leao is going to come in for Rebic eventually, and Tonali for Benacer. Then you might get Romagnoli maybe for Kjaer, Krunic maybe for Çalhanoğlu at a certain point. I don't know. But as long as we start in the right fashion, we're good. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. Let's move on to look at these Europa teams, man. Horrible. You telling me we didn't have a chance? Dude, Saif, I'm totally with you, man. Are you telling Milan could have easily won this competition? Easily won this competition. We are 100% on the same page as far as that. Yes, Ali, actually, you posed a great. Let me put Diaz in. What number is Diaz? Diaz is 21, right? Yeah, you got Diaz. Yeah, Diaz might come in. You know, I would put Diaz maybe the last 20 minutes for Chala. It does, honestly, what happens afterwards with the subs is not important because it depends on how the game develops. You know, you can't really, it depends on how the game develops. And then based on how the game develops, you have to decide which player, you know, is more suitable to fix the holes or to add more arrows, you know, to your quiver. So if the start information is what is going to be, you know, key, and the approach is going to be key. Now, tempo-wise, Milan against Juventus have to play fast. They have to play fast. Against Juventus, you got to play fast. You can't play slow. So that's going to be very important. If they want to get the ball to the other side of the pitch, it's going to be fast football because Juventus plays fast football. Okay, Juventus plays pretty fast football, and they Juventus pressures you. Okay, they have a lot of players that are good at pressuring. So they have a defense they're really good at pressuring. Alexandro is very good at pressuring. McKennie is very good at pressuring. Rabiot is very good at pressuring. Cristiano Ronaldo sucks at pressuring, so we don't have to worry about Cristiano Ronaldo. Morata does a lot of work. Morata does a lot of work here. Dybala, not so great at pressuring. Chiesa very good at pressuring. Chiesa will pressure. Chiesa will do good job. Cuadrado, complete player. He can pressure. He can create. Cuadrado is a complete player. So that means that if I'm the coach, I'm asking my team to play 1-2 touch football. One touch, look and go. One touch, look. Everything has to happen in the space of 1 second. And that's how football is, guys. Football is not, when you have the ball, it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 seconds. In 5 seconds, a team can score on you. It's 1 second. Football is 1 second, 2 seconds on the ball. Less than 1 second sometimes. 1, 2. That's it. That's all you get. That's all you have on the ball. Now, obviously, it depends on the position. It depends where you play. But if you're in this side of the pitch with the ball, that's what it is. It's 1 second. One pass. Or you got to be able to know where you're passing. Your first touch has to be on point. And that's why formulas are important. And that's why if a coach needs to create a formula. I remember when Ancelotti had reached the peak of his tactics. When Ancelotti had reached the peak of his tactics, Seedorf was saying in interviews that we can play blindfolded and we know where everybody is, right? We can play blindfolded and we can just pass. We can keep the ball the whole game blindfolded, and that's what a coach needs to do. A coach needs to organize a team, needs to create a formula, needs to create an idea. Again, our advantage is that Pirlo has not done that. So we can rely on that a little bit. We can hope on that a little bit. That's true, Roy. The only clubs competing against English clubs are only Spanish sides and Bayern. Sayers dead. Need the league to yes, man. It's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Premier League is so ahead. United scraped a win with a lucky goal by Pogba and disallowed goal. Casino. Yeah, okay. And this brings back to what Saif said earlier. This should have been easy. Milan, this should be easy for Milan. Manchester United, was lucky, but also, Pioli got outsmarted. Let's also be honest about that. I think Pioli will go with experience and pick Chiar and Romagnoli. That's interesting. Now, if he does pick up Chiar and Romagnoli, I would ask Romagnoli the same. I would ask Romagnoli the same thing. Just back chest to back, stay on Dybala, stay on Morata. The thing is that in this case, I would rather choose. Now, this is the problem. Okay, and this is where the contention is between Tomori and Romagnoli. So, on a 1v1 in a closed space, not in a sprint situation, but in a tight 1v1 space, Romagnoli is better than Tomori. Okay. I don't care. He's slower. It doesn't matter. You don't need to be faster to understand positioning better. Positioning and speed are two different aspects of the game. All right. You can be Usain Bolt, but if you don't know how to position yourself, Pirlo can make you look like a fool. All right. If you put Usain Bolt against Pirlo is going to make Usain Bolt look like a fool just because Pirlo understands how to position himself. So speed is not important in those aspects. But if you get, obviously, Pirlo against Usain Bolt on a 1v1 sprint kind of situation, Pirlo is going to look like the fool, obviously. But because I believe it's going to be a tight game, and I don't. Most of the game, this is just a prediction. Most of the game, it's going to be tight. I don't see Juventus attacking, doing a lot of counterattacks. Juventus is more a team that will build up. They build up. So that's what I would do. When in the process of building up, I would still ask Romagnoli to stay right on the player. But I think Tomori would be a little bit better at doing that kind of game. Now, when that striker does have the ball, I would rather have a Romagnoli. Okay, that's just a quick thought. Anyway, let's keep on going. Well, Waleed Irfan says money. Waleed says agreed. I don't think the PL plays a better football technically, just as the most money. Yeah, it doesn't. It is not technically better. It is not. It is not necessarily technically better, but for some reason, the English teams just have way better mental approach. Way better mental approach. Okay, they approach these games with way more ambition, way more fearless. I mean, look at Lazio. Lazio playing against Bayern Munich. They're all shaking. Oh my God, it's Bayern. I'm so scared. Fuck you, you pieces of shit. These fuckers. I hate it when these Italian teams go in Italy and go out of Italy and they play and they're all so scared. Oh my God, they're going to beat us. I fucking hate it. I hate it with a passion. I hate fear. I hate fear. The last thing you need to do as a soccer player is be fearful. You're a fucking soccer player, okay? This is not war. This is not a fight. You're just playing with a ball. You're just kicking a ball around. Stop with this fear. Too many times I see Italian teams go out in Europe and play with fear. I cannot stand it. All right. Why the hell does Chala not shoot enough? We need him to do that. Yeah, I think Çalhanoğlu is definitely going to be shooting the ball much more. Against I hope he does. Well, he should. Szczesny confidence on him is rock bottom, so we should test him a lot. Okay, that's a good point. That's a very good point. And that's something that we can exploit. And again, if we get that Ibra Chala, Theo, Kessie tandem right there, you get them to play those quick 1-2s, that quick dialogue, they will test Szczesny. They will test Szczesny for sure. Hello, my Milanisti friends. Hello, Mr. Carlo Moretti. Hi, Roy. You're doing a lot of work here. Appreciate it very much. Hey, thank you, Rossoneri Non TV. Appreciate it, my friend. English football piggyback off greater football cultures. That is true. I mean, like who said that earlier? Necklord said they have more money. Yeah, money does that. Money definitely does that. How about we go with the 4-3-2-1? 4-3-1-2 or 4-4-2 against Juventus. I feel Salamaker wouldn't be able to contribute much on the right. That's the weak link. Yeah, Salamaker is the sacrificial lamb, right? He is the sacrificial lamb in this case because you want to keep him back. You don't want him to go forward. You want him to rather stop the offensives here and just again attack from this side. Let's explore that. Well, a 4-4-2-2. Hold on, let me explore that. I'm pretty curious to see that. I mean, look, Eastbourne, we can speculate any formations in the world. All right, we can put anything we want, but we know what Pioli's going to do. We know what Pioli's going to do. Pioli can only do one thing. One thing that we learned about Pioli is that Pioli is not very good at adapting formations based on the current situation, but he is good at creating a formula. He created a formula. He individualized the formula. Just stick with that formula, because when you try to do other things, you make a mess out of it. But anyway, let's see about 4-4-2. Well, I guess if we keep the same players, it'd be more a 4-4-1-1. So let's put Tomori out. Let's put Tomori in, Kessie, Benacer, like that. And then we get Rebic here, Inshallah there. I mean, this is probably what's going to happen during the game. You know, we're going to see this kind of shape a lot during the game. Carlo Moretti says, no English manager has won the Premier League. 4 Italians have. What is that true? No English manager has ever won the Premier League? Wow. That is insane. 4-3-2-1 could be interesting. Now, in a 4-3-2-1, I would take Salamakers out. I would put Tonali in. Put Benacer as the regista, Tonali and Kessie as the mezzeale. I put Chala and Rebic as the two here. And then in a defensive posture, I would ask Chala to come here and Rebic to go there. Yeah, this formation could easily work very well. Why not? It's not really that different. I mean, the thing about this formation is that you would have to, someone has to cover that field. So who are you asking to cover? Is it going to be Calabria or is it going to be Çalhanoğlu? So you're going to be asking Çalhanoğlu to be coming on this side of the field. Basically, when you have a 4-3-2-1 kind of situation, it's these players that are going to cover this side of the field. You know, the Midzala from this side, then the attacking midfielder on this side. Honestly, Eastbourne, I think Pioli should just leave the way it is. I think Pioli should just leave the way it is because he has not been able to interpret other solutions any better. Just leave it. Just do what you know. Leave it how you've done it. Put Chala there. There's no point in trying to create anything new at this part of the season. You know, this is what Pioli knows. And let me tell you something. And this is, you know, also goes to, like, for example, you know, always comes down to experience. Like if you're playing a soccer game, right? You're playing a football game, and the first half you're kicking ass and you're doing really well. Most of the time, you're asking your players, all right, you know, in the halftime talk, you don't want to make many changes, right? You want to tell your players, okay, just keep on doing what you're doing. Make sure you keep the same intensity. You know, don't lose your focus. Just keep on doing what you're doing. Don't change anything. And that works. That works. 90% of the time, that works. Just tell your team to do the exact same thing. Don't confuse them with anything else. Just, okay, you figured out a system. You figured out a formula. Just stick with it. Just stick with it. Let the players do the work. So, look, Pioli is Pioli, and that's what we got to deal with. Yeah, Carlo Moretti said no English man. That is crazy. Is Lord Krunic going to play Juve? It is possible that we're going to see Krunic coming in the attacking midfield position. Out of topic, but did Ancelotti underachieve a lot with Milan? With our team, I believe another Scudetto in Champions League would have done more justice. That's a really great question. That is a really great question. I want to tackle that question, actually. Pioli with shitty tactics and Paolo Valeri as a 12th man for Juventus. It's really going to be a tough game. Yes, that is a good point. Paolo Valeri does not have a great history of AC Milan. All right, this is a really good topic. I want to say yes and no. He underachieved because in 2004, after winning 4-1 against Deportivo in that quarterfinal, then losing 4-0, that was a big, big, big blunder, okay? Because we had that qualification in our pockets. I don't know if you guys remember back then. I'm talking about the 2004 season. Milan had a phenomenal team. Milan had maybe probably the best team in Europe, in 2004. But we beat Deportivo I think it was Deportivo. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was Deportivo. We beat Deportivo 4-1 at the San Siro, and then we lost 4-0 in Spain. Yes, that was an example of underachievement, 100%. 2005. 2005, same thing. We had the best team in Europe. We had that final in the bag. 3-0. We were winning 3-0 in the space of 6 minutes. They scored 3 goals, and then we did not recover psychologically after them scoring 3 goals. The team looked depressed and messed up those penalties. I mean, Shevchenko fucking kicking the penalty in the middle. Come on, Sheva. I tell children, yo, you always got to look at a penalty. Look at the goalkeeper. Look at the goalkeeper first, and then, see what he does, and then shoot, depending where the goalkeeper. If the goalkeeper was fucking moving left or right, you can see what the goalkeeper was going to do, but he shot it straight in the middle. Anyway, whatever. It's psychological warfare got the best out of Shevchenko in that specific moment. Anyway, yes, that was an example of underachievement. In the Serie A, I don't know. Honestly, I can't say that that Milan underachieved in the Serie A because Juventus and Inter at that time were very strong. Okay, Juventus was composed of Juventus had an incredibly strong team. Okay, so maybe you can argue that they underachieved in the Serie A. At that time, also, our focus was Europe more so. I would say we definitely underachieved in Europe. Yeah. Eastbourne says, Pioli with the shitty... Yeah, I already read that. Deportivo, for fuck's sake. Deportivo. 2005. Yeah, 2005. 2004. We should have won. We could have won 2004. We should have won 2005. 2006, I believe it was... 2006, we lost the semifinal against Barcelona. And I believe there was a goal that Shevchenko scored that was disallowed, which should have never been disallowed. So I don't want to say we underachieved in 2006. I think in 2006, the referees got the best of us. Because Barcelona was very different. That was the beginning of what came to be of Barcelona. So that particular semi-final there, I don't want to say we underachieved. I think there we got screwed because the VAR didn't exist. If the VAR existed, who knows? We might have even won that edition. 2007, some people can argue we overachieved, but I think not. I think in 2007, Milan was still the best team in the world, and we won that competition in a beautiful fashion. 2008, we lost against Arsenal. That was the end of AC Milan because after we won the Champions League of 2007, Berlusconi and co. did not just kept the same team pretty much. They did not renew the cycle. So 2008 was the end of the Ancelotti era, where we lost against Arsenal in the, I believe it was in the first round. Okay, so Roma scored. It's 1-1. Roma has to score 5 goals in order to go through. That's not going to happen. Okay, all right. Let's talk about one thing that I really wanted to talk about today. And then I'm going to open up the lines, guys. We were lucky against PSV in 2007. PSV. Which game was that? I remember this. I remember we played against Bayern in the quarterfinal. We won. It was a draw at the San Siro, I believe, and then we won 2-1 in Berlin. Was it Berlin? Oh, whatever their stadium is. PSV had to be the second stage, right? The semifinal. 2007 semifinal was against Manchester United. PSV was, I can't remember. When did we play PSV? I remember us playing against Ajax. That was in 2003, I believe, Ajax. I don't. I remember PSV. I can't pinpoint the game. Remind me which game PSV was. In my opinion, the best team in Europe doesn't blow a 3-goal lead in any shape or form. 2004 Deportivo and 2005 Liverpool. Well, you would think, right? But those were just 6 minutes, right? 6 minutes of pure distractions, whatever. But no, we definitely dominated every single game we played in 2005. We were the Barcelona of that era. Okay, let's put it that way. Even our coefficient, the whatevers, the FIFA coefficients, the UEFA coefficients, Milan was number one. I feel the same. Carlos should have won more with Milan. Look at Zidane with Madrid. Yeah, right. Exactly. And 2004, 2005, that should have been Carlos Zidane moment. Because in 2004, he had the team. 2005, he had the team. 2006, he had the team. And 2007. Semi-final was when you... 2005. Oh, 2005. Got you. Yeah, I think it's coming back. I think you're right. That was a very caged game. Against the Dutch teams, we always have difficulty against the Dutch teams. Even though, okay, Roma just scored another goal, so they have to score, 4 more goals. But against the Dutch teams, it's always been difficult. Even though we did win our second Champions League. Our second Champions League, we won against Ajax in 1969. But yeah, Dutch teams always given us shit. And as a matter of fact, in 2005, we lost against a Dutch team, the Champions League final. Ajax, again, they got their revenge 30 years later. No, 2005, 95. All right, guys, I want to show you something. That it blows my mind. All right, it blows my mind. This is the craziest thing that I've ever seen, and it just tells you how much bullshit journalists write. I want to show you, guys. I want to show you something. Here we go. All right. This is going to be quite amazing. Let me just make sure I'm showing you the right one. All right, here we go. Okay, guys. I don't know if you follow this. I don't know if you follow this website. This is news.co.uk, and basically it is kind of like a source that gathers all different reports from all over and puts them together. Guys, this is the AS Roma news.co.uk page, Monday the 3rd. All right. I don't know if you can see it. I'm going to amplify it a little bit. I want you to see something, guys. I want you to look at this. This is Monday, May 3rd. Monday, May the 3rd. Here we go. This is all the Roma news that came out May the 3rd, Monday. I want you to look at it. Look at it. Look at that. Sampdoria Roma 2-0. PSG Mercato. Mercato in Italian means mercato. Italian media outlet claims PSG will not trigger option to buy, blah, blah, blah. Roma, Mkhitaryan, Roma, Sampdoria, confirmed. You guys know where I'm going with this. Roy Keane takes a swipe, Paul Pogba. This is all the news that came out with the word AS Roma on Monday. Okay? Look at this. Look at this. I'm pretty sure there's one word, or rather there's one name you're not seeing. Okay? Look at that. Look at that. Cavani, Roma Masterclass, Roma League match against... Look at this. Look at all these genius journalists around the world. Look at them. Amazing, huh? Pretty incredible. All right. Okay. Let's go to May the 4th. May the 4th be with you. Are you ready for this? Here we go. You know where I'm going with this, guys. I know, because you guys are smart and you know where I'm going with this. Is this it? Let's see. Bada bing, bada boom. Tuesday, May the 4th, the Star Wars Day. Mourinho. Look at that. Look at that. Mourinho. Tell me, you're talking about the coach that has the most media pull in the history of this game. Whenever, let's talk about just Serie A, Italy. When Mourinho is in Italy, it's Christmas for the newspapers. Because now they're going to write every day, you're going to see Mourinho. All these fucking journalists that are telling us about the market, about who is going to go where, who is going to go. None of them, not one of them, not one single out of thousands. I'm talking about thousands of journalists, tens of thousands of journalists in Europe, in the world, on the planet, maybe even 100,000, 200,000 journalists. Not one of them knew that Mourinho was going to go to Roma. Not one of them even had a whiff of a rumor. Guys, it's all bullshit. All these journalists, no offense to these guys, all right? They got to pay the bills. But this is what these guys do. It's today, my boss wants me to write 5 articles, so I'm just going to write 5 articles, whatever. It doesn't matter, because people are going to read them and we're just going to believe it. This is proof, guys, but it's all bullshit. None of these guys know what they're talking about. None of these guys know anything. They're just making up shit as they go. It's literally, it's Hollywood. We're making up scripts. So from now on, guys, I'm making a pledge right now. I'm never, ever going to be reporting on transfer news market ever again. Reports on rumors, Donnarumma, Çalhanoğlu. I'm done with it. No more. All these journalists are just trying to get, like our friend here, Carlo Moretti says, clickbait. It's all clickbait. Really think about it. Not one journalist knew that Mourinho was going to go to Roma. And all these journalists are telling us about the future of Donnarumma, the future of Çalhanoğlu, the future of this guy, the future of this guy. Not one of these guys knew that the biggest name for journalists, him and Balotelli and all these controversial kind of figures, none of them knew that Mourinho was going to go to Roma. That is proof that the media is all bullshit. It's all just fantasy. It's fantasy. It's a make-believe world. All right, guys. Let's open up the lines. Anybody wants to come in and take, get anything off of your chest? Let me know. We'll do one person at a time. Just any subject you want. If there's anything you want to get off your chest, lines are going to open. Donkey Shot Corazon says, "Are you a pro analyst?" Am I a pro analyst? I mean, what is a pro analyst? I'm a human being with eyes, ears, and a brain, and I just talk about what I see. Saif Najar says, even in 11-12, we had a real shot against Barca. We were even 1-1 at the Camp Nou, and we're heading for the semis, but very free. Yeah, against Barca, man, we have been pretty unlucky with the referees. That 11-12 squad, I don't know. There were things about that team. To me, after 2008, that was the end of it. Yep. Mourinho, yes. Mourinho, all of them. Mourinho, all of them, all of a sudden, they're geniuses. Oh, guys, breaking news, Mourinho. How? Tell me how. The only reliable news to believe it. I mean, even Fabrizio Romano. Maybe he is. I hear a lot about this Fabrizio Romano guy. I'm skeptic. I'm skeptic of all of these. Manchester United scored again. I'm skeptic of all of these journalists. I mean, guys, any of us could do what they do. All you need is a website with a big following or whatever, and a person like me or like you or anybody just sits there and says, okay, let's see. Today we're going to connect Dupay to Juventus. Juventus interested in Dupay. The agent says blah, 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 blah. News. Whatever. All right, let's open up the lines, guys. Whoever wants to come up. Anything you want to say, one at a time. Let's do it. Whatever you want to bring up, to talk about, let's do it. For Milan news, best listening to Mario Suma from Milan TV. Yeah, like Mario Suma, Pellegatti, these guys are connected to Milanello. They're there, and now I don't know, Carlo Moretti. Maybe you know who Longoni is. Like, I remember Longoni last transfer market, and Longoni has like 45,000 subs. I think they work in Milanello. I don't know. I don't know if he was in. I don't know if they actually do work in Milanello. But this guy, every fucking day, bombshell, mercato, bombshell, bomba di mercato, Chiesa al Milan. This guy was told everybody that Chiesa was definitely going to Milan, and he went on with this for weeks and weeks. Like, man, you're just talking bullshit just for clickbait. Obviously, Chiesa did not go to Milan. This guy was so sure that Chiesa was going to Milan, and I think he works at Milanello. I think they are connected to Milanello. All right, guys. So lines are open, one at a time. Whoever wants to come up, say your piece, whatever you want to, get it off your chest. Get it off your chest. Whatever it is, about 5-7 minutes, whatever. Let's give everybody a chance to come up. Get it off your chest. And if nobody wants to come up, that's fine too. But I am so done with transfer market news, and when it comes to calcio mercato, it's why even waste money. When I joined this channel, I was like, you know what? I was thinking in the back of my head, is like, the one thing I really don't want to do is talk about the transfer market, because even especially because of that thing with Longoni and Chiesa, and seeing how that went, I was like, I really don't want to talk about the transfer market. And then, I kind of found myself talking about, reading these, Milan Sempre. They kind of do what newsnow.co.uk does. They just, put together all the reports. And I'm done. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not doing that. It's a waste of time. And they have destabilized the Milan. Like, they're talking about Çalhanoğlu now in a fight with Ibrahimovic. Çalhanoğlu, oh, blah blah blah, he's fighting with Ibra. Man, go screw yourself. Yo, listen, these journalists are sharks. They're pirates. They're in it for the treasure. They don't care about anything. And some of them are smart, because they use that power to manipulate things. Okay, if I'm a journalist for the Gazzetta dello Sport and I want to destabilize Milan, I can do that easily. Let's say I'm a Juve fan and I want to create chaos. It's tip of my fingers. That's how much power these guys have. The same with the Juventus journalist, Mamblano guy was so sure Pogba is coming back to Juventus and Pep will join. Yeah, exactly. These guys are they're there every day and they're professing all these bombshells. It's they never come true. Now, when Galliani, like this is something Laert said, which was quite true. When Galliani was working at Milan, he had a good relationship with Galliani had a good relationship with everybody. Let's put it that way. But Galliani had a good relationship. And I remember, like, when these players were coming to Milan, there was some consistency. Like Ronaldinho was there. The rumors were there. Berlusconi was coming out. They talked about it. But now, unless we hear Maldini or Gazidis or Pioli talk about a certain player, it's most likely bullshit, guys. It's most likely bullshit. All right, guys. Anybody wants to come up? You're welcome to. You are definitely welcome to. Or bring up any other subject. Anybody is welcome. Open line Thursday. Get it off your chest. Anything you want to talk about, whether it's Juventus, whether it's Inter winning the league, whether it's the Champions League, the UEFA Cup. It's up to you guys. And if nobody wants to join, it's all good, guys. It's all good. No worries. But yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. And this is what we have to deal with. We have to deal with just bullshit news all day long. That's why I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I'm done with the AC Milan news. Remember, I was doing AC Milan news. I'm done with that. I'm not doing that anymore. I was reading, Mike Maignan is now a goalkeeper of this. Icone has done this, done that. Berardi, Bellotti, Vlahovic. Nah, none of it. None of it is real. None of it is true. Any takers, guys? Is any subjects you want to get off of your chest? You are more than welcome to join us. Or rather, join me. In the meantime, what I'm going to do is explore any formations here. The 3-5-2. Well, we've done this before, but 3-5-2 with Romagnoli. So I'd put Romagnoli there. Well, I would put Romagnoli in the middle because Romagnoli is better at what we call impostare, which means directing the ball, Romagnoli is definitely better at that. Then in the middle, Theo, Calabria, Benacerresi, Chala right there. Take Salah out of the picture and put Ibra and Rebic right there. I mean, this is what I would do. This is how Atalanta plays. Atalanta plays a 3-4-1-2. I mean, this looks good. This looks like a solid formation, to be honest with you. This looks like a very solid formation. Actually, I'll be honest with you, this is my favorite formation in football. This is the formation I play with. Well, not so much. I like to have 4 lines. Usually, I like to have 4 lines. Usually, the way I do it is like this. I play a 4-3-2-2. That's the formation I like the most because this formation covers a lot of areas of the pitch. But we don't really have the players to play with. I mean, you could. I do like this formation a lot, I gotta say. I definitely like this formation a lot. Safe, come up on the chat and let's talk about Vlahovic. Let's do a 1v1 and I'll tell you why I don't think Vlahovic is the right player. If you can. I'll tell you exactly why I don't like Vlahovic. And I'll tell you why I think Vlahovic is not what we need, especially with the formation we're playing right now. Right now. But this is my favorite formation because you have three lines. You have this line, you have this line, you have this line. Defensively, it does look like this. And then you have the two. You have the one player that is either going to cover this side or this side. Usually it's your seconda punta that is going to do that. And I think that Milan does have the players to play a 3-4-1-2. A 3-4-1-2 would actually, man, why the fuck didn't he do this from the start? Well, he didn't have Tomori. But a 3-4-1-2. I mean, that's how Atalanta plays. That is Atalanta's formation. 3-4-1-2. Okay, so let me talk about Vlahovic. All right, you won't be able to, no problem. So let me talk about why I don't think Vlahovic is okay. If we have Vlahovic, if we play two strikers, right? Then yes, Vlahovic would make sense if you have someone like Ibra around him, or a seconda punta, someone that is a little bit more capable of passing the ball, of creating through balls, or creating through passes. Someone that is a little bit more capable of connecting with the team. Now, again, this is Vlahovic. Let's just specifically talk about Vlahovic. This is how Vlahovic interprets football, all right? Technically, Vlahovic is not incredible. He's not. Never inside. Well, Inzaghi actually was very, very technical, to be honest with you. His diagonals were insane. Inzaghi's diagonals were just, I mean, guys, this fucker, you I don't know how to describe. It's even words cannot describe how impossible this is. This is what Inzaghi would do. Like, let's say you would cross the ball from here. You'd cross the ball. Inzaghi would do a diving header. He would do a diving header facing away from the goal and then angle the ball to that second post. That is so difficult to do. From a technical perspective, that is absolute mastery. Anyway. But anyway, let's go back to Vlahovic. Vlahovic does not have the same technical capabilities as, let's say, an Ibra does, or a Belotti, or Immobile, or these kind of players that could also play as a seconda punta. Now, seconda punta is a second striker, all right? So you have your number 9, and then you have these, like, I guess these players that then transmutated into this falso nueve, these players that are capable to play with the midfield. So Vlahovic does not do that. Vlahovic is a player that needs the team around him to play well. Vlahovic is a player that depends on your wingers for the crosses. It depends on the team to play really well. If, let's say, a team squashes Milan and Milan can't get out of, can't play, Vlahovic becomes irrelevant. He won't add anything to the game. Now, if Pioli decides to play with 2 strikers, and let's say you have Ibra and Vlahovic, or Belotti and Vlahovic, then yes, then I would be like, fuck, that's a good partnership, because you have one striker out there that is going to connect the midfielders to the offensive department, and then you have a number 9, a target man that you can. So those are 3. Those are 3 steps that are very efficient. You have the midfielder, you have the seconda punta, then you have Vlahovic, right? So in that case, yes. In that case, I would say yes, Vlahovic. But I don't really, the way Pioli plays, if Pioli is going to stay with this in a 4-3, in a 4-2-3-1, I like the way Ibra interprets football. And I would rather look for a player like that can become a regista offensivo. Again, the term for regista offensivo is in English would be like an offensive director, right? Like a Pirlo, but offensive. I like that Ibra does that, and I would rather look for a player that is more capable of doing that than a player that needs to depend on what the wingers do and what the on what the attacking midfielder does. Um, but I'll give you this: if we do get two, guys, Roma scored 3-2, aggregate 5-8. Roma has to score. Roma has 10 minutes to score 4 goals. Man, Roma is embarrassing. What an embarrassment. Roma is embarrassing. God. Okay, let's see. Inzaghi. Yeah, actually makes sense. My dream other than Belotti is actually Moise Kean. Moise Kean is interesting. The strike position is going to be hard to find the perfect player. We haven't been good at picking them lately. Anyone remember Matri? Yeah. Matri, Destro, Pazzini, Bacca. Bacca was decent. I was watching that Inter. I was watching the highlights for Milan Inter, the one where we won 6-0. Our number 9 was Comandini, and he scored 2 goals in that game. Do you guys remember Comandini? That's 2001. Comandini, Serginho, Shevchenko, Giunti. You guys remember Giunti? Giunti was the hair of Albertini. So first we had Albertini, that was like the technical, the midfield maestro. Then it was Giunti. Then it became Giunti was in and out, but then Pirlo came in and took over there. And in 2001, the coach of AC Milan was Cesare Maldini. Serginho with an amazing game. Oh, the memories. Yeah, that was amazing. Moise Kean. Now, Moise Kean is an interesting player because Moise Kean is a player that is pretty adaptable to the wings and to the center. It's still kind of difficult to understand what kind of player Moise Kean is. Now, Vlahovic has scored 19 goals, all right? Moise Kean has not scored 19 goals. And Moise Kean is not, obviously Moise Kean is playing in PSG. He's not, he's not a starter. He doesn't get the same kind of amount of minutes that Vlahovic gets. Moise Kean is more similar to a Vlahovic than a Belotti, but Moise Kean is a little bit closer to a Belotti than a Vlahovic. Moise Kean does have these fast burst dribbles that he can do, just like a move that he does often. He does a half scissor. So with the ball, half scissor, then shoves the ball to the side, and then he chases it and he looks for the shot. He scored a bunch of goals like that. Kean is hard to pinpoint to know exactly where he would fit technically. Mancini uses him as a winger in his 4-3-3, but he could also be used as a center forward. He's also good as a center because he's strong. He doesn't have the width and the strength of Vlahovic, but technically I think Kean might be a little bit better. To be honest with you, I can't really assess Kean at this moment. I can't really assess Kean whether or not he would be good. I think Kean still needs to prove himself a little bit, but he's done excellent at PSG. You got to give him that. He's a youngster. He's done excellent at PSG, and I hope he becomes a super top player. I hope he can become that. I hope he can score many goals. Would he be good for AC Milan? I think even with Kean, it'd be the same situation. You would need a seconda punta with Kean. Kean is a player that depends. I want a player that doesn't need to depend on other players, right? That's what I would like. A player that doesn't need to depend on the wingers, on a player that creates for himself. That's what I would like. Kean and Vlahovic are not players that do that. They need the players around them to do that. Yeah, but it's kind of hard to. Okay, yes. Now this guy here is more similar to. Wait, let me read this first. I would happily sacrifice Chanaloglu for my third mid-dream. Yeah. So if you would sacrifice Chanaloglu and have 4 like this. Now, Tonali is an interesting player because Tonali does have the through balls. Tonali does have those. In fact, as a matter of fact, when I first saw Tonali, I thought Tonali was wasted in this position. When I first saw him play, I think with Brescia, right? It was with Brescia, right? When Brescia was in Serie A. Tonali was playing in this position, and he never had the ball. Like, you'd get the ball, and then he just pass it here. It's like, what a fucking waste. Because every time I would see Tonali play in this area of the field, he would always create something special. He'd always create like a through ball or like a shot. He'd always be creating. To me, my impression is that Tonali would be more effective in this position rather than this position. I mean, yeah, he's an incontrista. Incontrista means he can attack the players and he can steal the balls. But I would rather want to see him do those through balls and create those plays. I would put him a little bit forward in the pitch. I don't understand why in Brescia he played so deep. He never did anything. I remember watching the Brescia game, and I was literally watching Tonali because Tonali was this, very interesting young player that everybody was talking about. I was watching it, and I was analyzing the game. I was like, man, this guy almost never touches the ball. Every time the team was forward, Brescia was forward, they were playing, and Tonali was here, and they weren't doing anything. Tonali was here just waiting, and he was waiting. And then when he did touch the ball, all he would do, touch the ball and pass it here, no pressure, no nothing. Very easy football. But those very few moments where I saw Tonali come up, he was always doing something that special, a dribble and a through ball. It's like, that's what I would develop from Tonali. That's what I would get out of him. Because that's what you want. You want goals. That's what you want. You want goals. I would use him more in that department of the field. So obviously he's very young. I mean, he's only 21. He's still in Italy under 21. He's got so much to learn, so much experience to gain. It'll take time, but it is an interesting thought. That it is an interesting perspective that you pose, Saif. The difference between Tonali and Çalhanoğlu. Çalhanoğlu is obviously more of an attacker and less of a incontrista. But it is interesting. A 5 like this, Rebic and Ibra up top, that's a pretty solid midfield, if you ask me. Like, that's a midfield that is going to definitely make it difficult for the opposition to go through. And then, again, you have Tonali that can play those through balls. I don't think Tonali, well, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Memphis would be great for us. Yes, Memphis would be a player similar to Ibra in which he could kind of just be by himself and create for himself. For sure. I will take Belotti or Vlahovic, definitely not Scamacca. No more general player, had enough. Scamacca. Scamacca is a youngster. Man, he needs to prove himself way more than what he has so far before, Hey, Gian Mario, what's up, my friend? In my opinion, Vlahovic is a perfect deputy to Ibra. Now, that's a thing. That's what I said. If you have Ibra, well, what do you mean by deputy? You mean like second choice or together? If they were to play together, I'd say yes. But if it just be Vlahovic, again, that means that we would have to depend on our wingers, on our midfielders, because Vlahovic is not going to create for himself. Vlahovic is not going to connect with the midfielders. Vlahovic is the last touch of the ball. Vlahovic is the kind of player, if you're doing an action, you don't want Vlahovic to touch the ball until the last touch of the game, right? But a player like Memphis, a player like Ibra, he's going to be participant in the action and then lead up to an assist or to a goal. So that is what I'm saying. 20 goals is amazing for 20-year-old in Serie A. Vlahovic is 20 years old. I mean, that's young. There's a lot that I mean, 20. That is young. Vice Ibra, someone can learn from you. I mean, yes, I don't see him being able to do what Ibra does. Like, I've analyzed Vlahovic a lot. I've looked at all his highlight reels. I've spent a lot of time on him. Like, technically, he's poor. All right, but Tony was technically poor, and look at what Tony did. Inzaghi, some people might argue, was technically poor. Look what Inzaghi did. I personally, if I'm the coach, I would rather have a player that is like Ibra, that can create, that can connect, that can come down. That's what I would like. Vlahovic is a player we've been missing the second half of the season. Would have scored so many of it. I mean, of course, if you would have had Vlahovic come off the bench when Ibra wasn't there, better than Leao, for sure. Mandzukic is like he wasn't there. Gianmario, if you want to join the chat, you are welcome to. Let's put in the link. Yeah, I'm not convinced with Vlahovic. That's not the kind of profile I would like for AC Milan. I like players that are capable of coming down to the midfielder and becoming playmakers. Memphis Depay, that is an interesting player. You know, he is leading the line for Holland. Not the best Holland that we've ever seen. Definitely far from it. But that's a player that can dribble, that can pass, that can create chances out of nothing. Yeah, for sure. Okay, no problem, Gianmario. But Gianmario, would you rather have Belotti or Vlahovic? I mean, you know, those are two very different players. Very different players. Ali says, Berardi has 15 goals and 6 assists in 26 games. He's guaranteed in Serie A. We must get him. Plus, I will get Belotti or Memphis or Dzeko. Dzeko is interesting. Okay, so Carlo Moretti, if we do that, then yes, then that would make sense. If you have Vlahovic and Ibra, yes. Also because you would have two big players that can contain very well, that can now if you have two target men of that stature, that's a huge advantage. But you know, Ibra is going to be the one creating the goals, and Vlahovic is going to be the one finishing them. But if you just put Vlahovic there, nah, no way. No way. Well, let me see. Eastbourne says, this shows how our attack is totally dead. Look at Roma scoring 5 goals against Manchester United. It shows we seriously need. Yeah. It's embarrassing, man. It's embarrassing that we weren't able to score more. Yeah, definitely. By Vlahovic, change for Rangers, play him in email together with Isma Sandro, che sì, Minfield would be great to see, but Padre Pio would never change formation. Allegri would do that. If Allegri was the coach, this is how he would play. If Vlahovic was in the team, Allegri would play like this. This is exactly how he would play. You put Vlahovic there and Ibra there. Exactly like this. Or Conte. That's how Conte would play. Maybe Conte would get rid of Benacer and play and get a more defensive player. Let's see. By Vlahovic, change formation to 3-5-2. Oh yeah, I read this. Guys, is Berardi really a guy to take us to the next level? I certainly don't think so. I think 3-5-2 would suit Theo better too. Yes, I mean, Theo really is an attacking fullback. So, you know, put him a little bit forward on the pitch, give him a little bit less defensive responsibilities. That's probably going to suit him better. I agree with that. Calabria, not so much. Calabria is probably better. Well, but that would make it balanced. You know, that would create that balance. Even though Calabria, as I said before, is a line-to-line fullback, he's also a more complete fullback than Theo. Obviously, Theo's attacking abilities are way superior, but as a whole, Calabria is superior because Calabria can defend, he can play this area better, and he can play this area pretty well. Obviously Theo is more like Theo will score goals, so Theo is more valuable, etc. But in a situation like this, Theo would be the more attacking fullback, and then when you would have to, that's what our defense will look like in cases of depending on where the game is leading. So it makes sense. It definitely makes sense. I would be happy with that. I think that formation works. Even just like this, Ibra Rebic. I mean, Rebic and Ibra are a great partnership. Do you guys think that Vlahovic is better than Rebic? I don't know about that. I definitely don't know about that. Safe, it's extremely difficult to get world class. Oh yeah, we're going to look at Berardi in a second. Villarreal says the day lucky it's not another English fan. Oh yes, right, Villarreal, but it's a Spanish team. It's Villa. Man, that would have been painful if it was going to be two English teams in the final. That would have been freaking painful. Villarreal says the day lucky it's not another English final. Yeah, for sure. But there's no Italian teams, like always. There's no Italian teams. No Italian teams. Let's look at Berardi. Now, if we did have Berardi, well, the thing about having Berardi is this, all right? Berardi, correct me if I'm wrong, but Berardi is a captain of Sassuolo, all right? So you have a captain, a player that has been a captain in another team, come to your team. So he's going to add that charismatic attribute to your team. Then you have a player that brings, he's double digits when it comes to goals and double digits even when it comes to assists, like Çalhanoğlu should be. Berardi does have that. So, by adding Berardi, and plus Berardi is a national team player, but if you take Salah out and you put Berardi in, let's make these players green. If you would take Salah out and put a Berardi in, and we keep the formation the way it is, so you put Salah here. Yo, what the fuck? Chala, Calabria, Kessi, Benasser, Ibra, Berardi, Rebic. I mean, you literally have 15 more goals, okay? And we are 20 goals away from Atalanta, I believe. I think we're 20 goals away from Atalanta. So we would be catching up to Atalanta. One of the things that we have missed is goals. Salamakers, as good as he is, he doesn't provide any goals, and he barely provides any assists. But if we add a player like Berardi on this side, but also is pretty good at containing and extraordinarily good at counterattacks and extraordinarily good in the box on this area and at puntare l'uomo, which means, how do you translate puntare l'uomo? Puntare l'uomo means when you take a player on. He's good at taking players on. I mean, that would be pretty devastating, guys. Let's be honest. Let's just be honest. Berardi here would be pretty devastating, I would say. I would think. And here I would say, okay, this is how, this is what I would do, guys. Check it out. This is what I would do. I would put this guy here. Bada bim, bada bum. Take Chala out. Put Isco there. Isco, Berardi, Ibra. And I would pretty much keep, okay, this line, I would keep Donnarumma, keep Calabria, keep Chiara, keep Tormoni, keep Theo, keep Kessi, keep Benasser. I would say Isco here. Isco is a little bit more offensive. Well, but this team here, though, I would say does not provide much backup, though. It's a little bit unbalanced. It depends on how Isco would do in a defensive posture. But something like that, Ibra, Rebic, Isco, Berardi. And remember, now this can be a little bit of a stretch, but Belotti is. I've analyzed Belotti a lot, and I've watched his games and his reels. Belotti could also play on the wing, guys. You're thinking, Roy, you're fucking crazy. What are you talking about? But Belotti could also play on the wings. I mean, that team here is so unbalanced. Like a team like that would be incredibly unbalanced. But if you do a 4-3-3, maybe like this, no, this team would be way too unbalanced. I don't know how Isco does defensively. That's the thing. Berardi is 26, I believe. Let's see. Berardi has reached his peak, getting someone like Icone. Well, why do you think he's reached his peak? He's only 26. A def let more of an upgrade, bro, and they're not world class yet. Icone, yes. Icone, I would say similar to Berardi, yeah, for sure. Definitely. Icone is very interesting. A very interesting prospect. And we know right now that France is creating some very, very interesting players. You know, either a Icone or a Berardi there. I mean, the reason why I would like Icone, Berardi more is because Berardi just understand. Okay, you know, these are players that played in the Serie A. They understand the Serie A better. They understand Milan better. They understand the culture better and all that crap. So that's really why I would go for Berardi. But I would not be complaining if Icone would come too. Icone is an interesting player. Icone needs to prove himself a little bit more still. Berardi, in my opinion, has proved himself. This is the position here that I'm wondering. You know, Isco. Who is in a... Like Pessina is an interesting player. Pessina is closer to a Çalhanoğlu. Isco is more of a creative player. Like Isco can create something out of nothing. He can create these spectacular. Well, yes, that's how I'll go. You know what? You know what Moggi used to say? This is what Moggi used to say. The reason why you pay a player an incredible amount of money is not because of what he does in 90 minutes, but it's because of what he does in 2 seconds. That is what you're paying for. And Isco is a player that has that 2-second magic in him, right? So, yeah, maybe I'd go for Isco. Anyway, let's keep on going. Oh, we got a taker. All right, hold on 1 second. Coming in. So remember, guys, today it is Get It Off Your Chest Thursday. Whatever you want to talk about, you are welcome to talk about. Give me 1 second. We're going to get to that. Let me just go through these comments. Joel says, congratulations to Villarreal. They made it to their first European final. Nice. Good for them. I take Vlahovic, I think. I love Belotti, love him, but Vlahovic edges it for me just with age. Saif Najjar, guys, what about Nabil Fekir? Def manageable, and he's still 26. Fekir, I know that name. Who is he playing with? Oh, you know who else is a very interesting player? Aunas from Aunas, who plays in not Spezia, Crotone, I think. Very interesting player. Vlahovic has scored many goals this season as lone striker. We're creating enough chances for someone like him to score 20 plus with us. Yeah, he has scored many goals. Not the kind, but still, I'm not yet convinced. Next season, either sack Pioli or we need to get reinforcement for the left back deputy for Theo. We definitely need that for sure. Another midfielder to have a depth to the squad. Berardi, Sacha are better than Fabian. He's younger and plays in Serie A. What age is? Yeah, Berardi is 26, 27, I think. I will take any winger. I don't want to see Casti so much, so I will take Suso back. Suso, Suso was a good player, guys. Right now in this, I mean, hey, let's be serious. Let's be honest, okay? Let's be honest. Suso in this formation right now would have guaranteed the second spot. But Suso barely gets injured. He barely gets injured. And he's always creating nonsense. He's always creating nonsense. Always. He never loses the ball. He never loses the ball. Suso right there. Guys, if we still had Suso in that position right there, we would have a lot of problems solved. Anyway, let's keep on going. I will take any winger. I don't want. Yep. Is a perfect player for the camp positioning. So, remind me where he plays safe, please. I think we should sell Leao and Rebic and Hakan and buy more consistent players. Leao, Rebic, and Hakan. Yeah, well, maybe, yeah. Maybe we should sell them. I haven't given up on these players. I think these players are excellent. All right, guys, listen, we have our first guest of the day, Joga Benito. So, Joga Benito, whatever it is that you want to get off of your chest, let me know. It's the floor is yours. So let's start with you, and then whoever wants to join next. We'll do one person at a time, 5 to 7 minutes, etc. All right, here we go.
Hey, Roy.
What is up, my friend? How you doing?
I'm chilling, watching your stream.
Nice. Thank you. So what do you want to get off your chest? The floor is yours.
So I'm guessing we all know how important the next match is.
Yeah.
But we should also remember that if we somehow lose, that Inter is playing Juve next week, I think.
Right.
So, in my opinion, a draw is very good.
A draw is good, but a win would be perfect.
Yes.
But let me ask you something, Joga Benito. If like Juventus and Inter, like, do you think Inter is even going to try and win that game?
I mean, their title is secure. It's secured already.
So these are three, unless I missed something, but these are almost 3 secure points for Juve. So, that's an easier game for Juventus than our next game is against Torino, right? Torino is fighting for relegation, and Juventus is playing against a team that has already won. Like Torino, Inter can put the Primavera for all they care.
Yes, but I don't think Conte will give Juve the match so easily.
Yeah, you're right about that.
A rival match that should be treated seriously.
Yeah, no, the rivalry will definitely come for sure. I mean, you're right. Inter is definitely not going to give him an easy match.
I mean, we had in Romania an example in which one very good team played the reserves against another very good team. Okay. The team that won was above the table, so with that win, they secured the title.
Oh, all right.
I don't think in Serie A is it was actually Craiova. They actually played Craiova in Europa League in 2017, I think.
All right.
But I don't think that this something like this can happen in Serie A.
Right. Yeah. Look, Joga Benito, I'll be honest with you. I think Milan right now has Mount Everest to climb. Okay, like we have Mount Everest to climb. All 4 games are must wins.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I think Juve has more pressure than us because they also have more debt. If they don't get Champions League, they are screwed because their wage bill is so big. They have Ronaldo.
Yeah,
I mean,
that is true.
We also can't afford losing 1 year of Champions League, but they have a very poor team in my opinion. I don't think that Juventus with this squad was going to challenge Inter for the title. And Pirlo is also not hasn't achieved anything in football.
Yeah, I mean Pirlo. If I were to look at Juventus, I mean Juventus, in my opinion, does have a good squad, but the coach has made a mess out of it. And I think they didn't buy. They should have bought certain key players at certain key points, like in the midfield. They don't have like a director in the midfield. You are right, 100% that Juventus has more pressure than Milan because Juventus has much more. The stakes are much higher for Juventus. I don't know if that is an advantage to us. Do you think that's an advantage to us or a disadvantage to us? You think that's an advantage to us?
I think it's an advantage because both teams will risk in this game.
Both teams will risk. Yeah. So that's why you think that it's going to be a tie. That basically that psychological pressure is going to lead to a tie, and you think that a tie is not going to be that bad.
I don't think.
All right. If Milan were to tie, then what about the other games? Then all the other games we have to win, right?
Yes, but we should have won them in the first place. The Juve game doesn't change.
That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. So Saif, I think you said is from Romania too, right? He has a message for you. What does that say? Bine te-am văzut, bro.
Yes, I've seen you, bro.
Nice. All right. What? Yeah, go ahead.
He asked me if I'm Romanian.
Oh, nice. Okay, Jacobini, what else do you want to say? What else do you want to say? Go ahead.
I think I really hope Çalhanoğlu steps up. In my opinion, he did a decent game last one, but Hakan is not very. It doesn't handle very good the pressure.
True. It seems as if he doesn't. But with the Turkey, he did very well. Why do you think he does very well with Turkey, but not so?
Because
yeah, go ahead.
I think there is more pressure at the club stage. Mm. At the national team, you can go and fight, but it's something different. I don't know what team he played with Turkey, but I doubt. There is also one more thing that in Serie A, teams play against each other almost every year.
Yeah.
But in a national team, they don't play each other very, very often.
Mm.
So let's say that at this current Euros, there is one very good player for a team. Maybe in the next 4 years, there is another very good player.
Gotcha.
In that team.
Yeah. So Çalhanoğlu, he came off that injury. Now he's been playing regularly for about almost a month, right? So you would think that at this point Çalhanoğlu has his match fitness. I don't see why he wouldn't play badly, but you're right. Sometimes it seems like his character, his personality holds him back. He seems a little bit soft, right? Is that what you're sensing, that he's a little bit soft?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think he's the guy to lead us to the next level. I think I mentioned this last time.
Right. And I don't remember if you told me, but, if we are to play the same position, who would you substitute Çalhanoğlu with? I can't remember if you told me.
For me to give an example of fit.
Yeah. Like who, whichever number 10 would you like to see, if not Çalhanoğlu? Because you think now, I honestly think that Çalhanoğlu could take. I think Çalhanoğlu in Europe would do well. I think that Çalhanoğlu in a Champions League he would do well. But let's say it's not Çalhanoğlu. Who do you think it should be?
I mean, there is realistic target and unrealistic target. For me, the realistic target is De Bruyne. I'm a very big fan of the guy. In my opinion, he's the best playmaker in Europe.
Yeah, no doubt.
Realistic, I mean, 30-40 million budget or a loan. I've seen the Odegaard name popping up in quite few comments. I would like to see him play here. I don't
Odegaard.
think. I think he can come here on a loan. I don't know if we're gonna have a buy option, but I think it's possible.
Odegaard is a youngster, right? He's still a youngster. I think he's. Is he on loan right now, or is he in
Arsenal?
He's at Arsenal, and is he a starter in Arsenal?
I don't. Let me see. He didn't. He played in this game against Villarreal.
Okay, he did play in this game. Okay, I mean, it's pretty good experience for him to make it to the Super League, the semifinals. It's a good experience. So you would go for a youngster, huh? What about like a player that is a little bit more complete, a player that with more experience? If there's anybody there, but still doesn't have to be, still can be the same age as Çalhanoğlu, 26, 27.
Nepal.
Oh yeah, Nepal, right? And Nepal, the fake journalists are talking about Nepal right now. What did you think about that thing about the newspapers talking about, talking all this crap and they had no clue about Mourinho? What is your take on that? I'm curious to know.
I don't think that the newspapers have much truth in them. I think they're inventing a lot of things. I mean, back when we had Uncle Fester, Galliani, there were more news about our team than now. More real news.
Uncle Fester. Nice. Yeah. No, it's true. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace.
They lost the connections in the club, so they don't know what's happening.
That's a good point. They lost the connections with or maybe all the clubs, because how the fuck do you not know that Mourinho is coming to Roma? Anyway, I don't know. It's crazy to me. It's honestly crazy to me. De Paul is a good option. I think De Paul is a good option. Anything else you want to add, Jaga Benito?
Not necessarily for now.
Nice.
I hope we get a positive result in the Juventus game, and I really hope that our players step on the pitch with the thought for winning, because if there isn't a more decisive moment than this game in this season.
Right. So you agree with me that this is the most important game?
Yes,
by far.
If we win Juventus, we go 3 points above them.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah,
and Juventus might drop a few points there, and we also have the Atalanta game. Atalanta might do us a favor, but as of now, they are also fighting for the Champions League spot.
Right. And Atalanta also, I said this I think 2 days ago. Atalanta is playing the Coppa Italia final against Juventus. Just a few days before that game, So maybe that could be an advantage to us. Maybe the fact that both Atalanta and Juventus have this game that they're going to be focusing a lot of energy on this final, because a final is a cup. A final is pedigree, right? Like a coach that has a trophy in his cabinet, that's pedigree. So they are both going to be fighting for this cup, no doubt about that. I wonder if that's going to take away some energies, psychological and physical.
As
What do
far
you
as
think?
I'm seeing now, they are playing in 10 days from our game, so I don't think
Oh,
they will be
no.
concentrated.
Yeah, yeah. So 10 games, 10,
10
10 days,
days,
10 days, and then
that's a lot.
we play Milan Atalanta.
No, no, no. You were talking about our Juventus game or the
Atalanta,
Atalanta game?
the Atalanta game.
Oh. I don't know exactly at what date we are gonna play
Yeah,
Atalanta.
from what I remember, I might be wrong, but it was like Atalanta Juventus, and then the next game for Atalanta is Atalanta Milan. So I'm just thinking that might be. I think that might be an advantage to us. Roy, will there be a watch along? Yes, there will be a watch along. Yes, sir. All right,
The
Giacomino, what else?
the Atalanta Milan game is played 4 days after the final.
4 days after the final. Right. So we'll see if Atalanta win, then that might be good for us. If Atalanta lose, that might be bad for us.
Yes, that's gonna be a very interesting game.
Yeah, it's going to be
Have you seen that the Champions League final is Chelsea Man City?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that?
About Chelsea. Well, I'm surprised that Chelsea made. I'm not surprised that much that Man City made it to the final. I am surprised that Chelsea made it to the final, even seeing that how their form is in the Premier League. But I saw Chelsea play, and I see why they made the final. Chelsea has a very whoever. If you notice Chelsea's players, they're all very similar. They all look the same. The technique, all the attacking players are all the same height. The football looks very similar, very offensive football, very difficult football to play against, to defend. So I see why they won. I see why they're dangerous. The American kid, I can't remember his name,
Pulisic.
Timo Werner, Havertz. They're all very similar. It's a very interesting project, very interesting tactical project, and I see how whoever put those players together is very smart. I don't know who the technical director of
Do you
Chelsea is.
think that them having a lot of money played a big part in the Champions League final?
I think it's not just money; it's also the intelligence of whoever is the technical director, because PSG has more money, Real Madrid has more money. I think whoever put these players together did a very good job, and it's a very interesting project. Then Kante obviously is a great player. But the one thing I noticed about Chelsea is that all those strikers look exactly the same, and they play a very technical football, very fast-paced, very low gravity center kind of technical football. Very interesting.
By the way, about the mentioning of PSG, you said that they have a lot of money, but besides Mbappe and Neymar, they haven't broke the bank on any player, as far as I'm concerned. They have very average fullbacks.
Yeah,
Very average.
no, yeah. That's a good thing that you pose. I mean, like you have Neymar, you have Mbappe, you have Cavani. Not Cavani, sorry. You have Di
Cavani.
Maria. You have Verratti. In there. Those four players are very. I mean, especially Neymar and Mbappe, plus those other two.
Yes, but you can't win a Champions League with 4 players.
It is true. It is true. You're right. I think you have a good point. You make a good point. I mean, I'm not as impressed with the technical directors of PSG as I'm impressed with the technical directors of Chelsea. The way
Yes.
Chelsea was built is very intelligent, very smart.
If I remember correctly, before selling Hazard, he was the main guy, uh,
Right.
surrounding everything. He had the
Right.
goals, he had the assists, he had the creativity.
Right.
Now there isn't one standout player for Chelsea, and I
It,
think that this is benefiting them and City. They don't
ex-
have one player
yeah.
to rely on.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that the way Chelsea built their team, but that's the thing. Offensively, they all look. I'm going to say it again. They all look the same. They all play the same. And you're right. None of them is the focal point. The focal point maybe the superstar emerging is Kante, but that's not his role. Is not to be a superstar. His role is just to be a hard worker. Yeah, you're 100% right. Chelsea. I don't know if that applies to Manchester United though. Manchester City, because De Bruyne is definitely a play. If you take De Bruyne out of Manchester City, is
Yes,
Manchester
but
City.
wasn't De Bruyne injured in the first part of the season, and they were still first, I think. So it's not
Uh,
only De Bruyne.
yeah. No, I'm pretty sure they have a pretty. I'm sure they have a great team. Honestly, I'll be frank with you. I don't follow the Premier League. I kind of hate the Premier League, to be honest with you. But I watch them in the Champions League. I can't. If you ask me who the players are in Manchester City, I have no clue. I don't. I know De Bruyne. Who else? Remind me. Whoever players in Manchester City.
De
Who are
Bruyne,
De Bruyne?
Foden,
Oh,
Mahrez.
Foden. Foden is very good. Foden is an excellent player, and he's a youngster. Very interesting prospect. Yeah, keep on going.
Uh,
Mahrez is an excellent player.
Gundogan.
Mahrez is a player that I would love to bring to Milan. Actually, if we put Mahrez instead of Salah, that'd be nice.
But I think
Go,
the brain behind City and the engine it's Guardiola, because I don't think that Sterling would have
oh,
been as
Sterling,
good
right? Sterling.
for any other club besides City. What Guardiola did to him is very impressive, and I would like Guardiola at Milan. That would be
Yeah, of course.
because I think that he doesn't need the hundreds of millions at his disposal to make us uh, uh, champion every year
In the league, right?
in the league, right?
Yeah. Well, but listen, I mean, let's not be fooled here. Okay, I just forgot those names, but you said De Bruyne, you said Foden, you said Sterling, you said Mahrez. Who else is there? Gundogan,
Jesus, Aguero,
Cancelo. Oh, Aguero, Jesus. Who are the defenders?
Ruben Dias,
Ruben Diaz. Okay, the
Stones,
the fullbacks.
who is on the left? Cancelo, and on the right, Walker.
Yeah. Okay. There you
And
go.
in goal, Ederson is a very, very good keeper.
So basically, Man City is formed out of all starters of national teams.
Is Foden a starter in England? I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so. He probably will be, but Walker, I think he is, right. Cancelo is.
Yes, it is.
Sterling, Mahrez, De Bruyne. Who else? Gundogan for Germany. Yeah.
Yes, but if you think that way, we also have Krunic, who is a starter in Bosnia. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
No, okay, but yeah, no, of course. I mean, if you want to, but the best teams are always the teams that are full of national players. I remember Juventus's Moggi was always wanted to buy the captains of national teams, the captain of Brazil, the captain of Italy, the captain of this, the captain of that. So that's how he used to build his teams. Okay, but look, Man City spent $1 billion on their freaking team. I mean, I'm not surprised they made the final. I'm
but
surprised about Chelsea. I'm surprised about Chelsea.
United spends almost the same amount, and they are in the Europa League. I mean, it doesn't matter that you have money. It matters how you spend the money.
It matters how you spend the money, and it matters, like you were saying, the coach, right? Obviously, there's a big difference between Guardiola and Solskjaer. If you put Solskjaer, in the position of Guardiola, if Solskjaer was the coach of Manchester City,
I still think they would finish in the top two. I think that City's team is too good to go outside of Champions League. I mean, some teams
they would finish. Of course, they would finish top four because of the players. But would they make the final of the champion? Would they win the Premier League by 15 points or whatever it is they're winning by? The coach makes a lot of difference. The coach makes a lot of difference.
We can agree on the fact that Klopp is top two coaches in Premier League.
Klopp.
Who
are the coaches in Premier League? Guardiola, Ancelotti, Klopp. Who else? Tuchel.
I don't think that Tuchel is better than Klopp. His achievements. What did Tuchel win?
No. I'm not saying whether they're better. I'm just looking at the pedigrees. I would say that Klopp is. I mean, okay, Guardiola is number one, right? We can agree that Guardiola is number one.
Yes.
Number two, pedigree-wise, I mean, Carlo, okay, but Carlo has been off of it for quite a while. Klopp did an excellent job with Liverpool the last few seasons. He's kind of falling off. Shit, I mean, England doesn't even have those many great coaches aside from Guardiola.
Do you think that Zidane is a very good coach?
Yeah, for sure. A coach someone that wins the Champions League. What? 4 champions? Did he win 4 or 3 in the space of 5 years?
3. But some of them were very suspicious. I remember watching some of their games. I don't want to go in detail with that, but if you watched Real Madrid, you could see some shady stuff.
What do you mean? For referees?
The referees against Bayern. Vidal got red.
Oh, Vidal.
Ronaldo scored offside goal. 2 offside goals.
Was this with the VAR or when the VAR was out?
Before the VAR.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, we also got robbed in 2012. Montari goal against Juventus.
Yeah, Carlo Moretti earlier was talking about the referees. So you think that Real Madrid did some sketchy stuff?
Yes.
So you don't necessarily give the credit to Zidane. You give the credit to whoever is behind the scenes paying off the referees.
I don't think they deserve to win against Bayern. I don't remember exactly the year, 17 or 18, but that was disgraceful. I mean, Vidal got very, very upset after the match.
Gotcha. Vidal makes a mess even with Inter. How many messes did he make? I guess even against Real Madrid, he made a mess. He got a red card, no, or something like that, or a penalty. I can't remember.
So where I try to go with my idea is that some teams coach themselves. You put a nobody in Real Madrid, and they still finish top 3.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
What did Zidane coach before Real Madrid? Castilla.
No. You are right about that. You're right, but there's also the touch of the coach. Okay. I mean, you are correct that some teams are just so good it doesn't matter who you put. I mean, just look at what was it, Luis Enrique, when he did that mess with Roma. Then he went to Barcelona, and all of a sudden he wins everything.
Yes.
But you also have to do your job. You also have to. You can mess things up. Let's say this: you can mess things up, kind of like what Pirlo is doing. Pirlo is kind of messing things up with
with
Juventus.
the Pirlo situation, he drew a lot of games. He didn't last many games. But put Pirlo at Benevento, do you think that they would be fighting for escaping relegation, or do you think they would be relegated?
I think they'll be relegated.
Same. So why is Juventus top 4 now if the coach is garbage?
Yeah, because they're depending on their goal scorers. But the thing is with Juventus is a little bit different because Juventus the difference between Juventus this season is a specific thing, is the fact that they did not do well in the transfer market. All right, like when you went to Barcelona, when Luis Enrico went to Barcelona, he already had Xavi, he already had Iniesta, he already had the midfield that was the best midfield in the world. You know, when Zidane went to Madrid, he already had Modric, he already had Cruz, he already had what's his name, the Brazilian guy. So you know, the midfield where the football comes from is already there. With this time with Juventus, the midfielder is not there. They got rid, like Pirlo is a regista. He's a director, and that's what you would think Juventus would have. But they got rid of Pjanic. I don't know why they did that. Pjanic would have been perfect, or someone like that. The difference is that when Pirlo came in, they changed the midfield, and because if you take away a player like Pjanic and you don't substitute him with a player like him, then you have to create a new formula. So there is a difference there. There is a difference. If any coach goes to Manchester City, you're right. Everybody's already there. Your midfielder is already there. Your offense is already there. Your defense is already there, and so forth. With Juventus, if I go to Juventus or any coach goes to Juventus, the defense is already there. The offense is already there. The midfield is not.
Yes, I can agree on that. But I think that a coach like Sarri would have done better with this Juventus side.
Oh, 100%. 100%. As a matter of fact,
I'm saying that you should invest in a coach, but if you don't have the players, I mean, look at Hansi Flick. I don't remember Hansi Flick before Bayern. And I watch a lot of football. I don't know what club he coached. And suddenly he's the best coach in the world. How is this happening? Because he had Coutinho on the bench, because he had Perisic on the bench, World Cup finalist.
Yeah,
that had his legs, not like Mandzukic now with Milan. So it's what I'm trying to say is that the whole squad, matters a lot. It doesn't only matter who you have in the first 11. It matters who you have on the bench to come and change the game.
That is true.
Because who changes our game? Krunic, Samu Castevo. I don't know how is Samu Castevo a footballer. He's not a footballer.
It is kind of a shock that we substituted Suso with the Castillo. You know, it is kind of it definitely is a downgrade. We all saw it as a downgrade, but you know, Castillo is a fighter. He works hard. Milan deserves better for sure. You make it. Yeah, go ahead.
In last Suso season, I don't know exactly what, 1819 or 1920, something like that. Samu Castejo played better than Suso. That's why he replaced Suso. But Samu Castejo isn't. Now he does nothing on the pitch. He's like a brainless chicken running down the wing.
I mean, look, the fact that a 21-year-old, you know, took his place, because Castillo, I think, was supposed to be the starter. You know, when they bought Salamakers, I don't think they thought that Salamakers was going to win that, you know, that spot. It does say a lot that a 21-year-old that just started playing football is taking the spot of a 27-year-old or a 20, whatever. I think he's 27, 26. So yeah, there's a lot to say about that. I like Castillo. I like him. He's a fun guy. He seems pretty fun, you know, from the Instagram or whatever. I mean, yeah, it's harsh to say, but it's time to move forward, right? With a better
Exactly.
option. Yeah. And you pose a good question. Who do we bring in from the bench that is going to change the game? We don't have anybody. We don't
How
have
they
anybody.
changed the Sampdoria game? Do I
Yeah,
remember correctly?
and
Yes.
Hagway doesn't even see the day of light for some reason.
Yes, but Hauge has those chances. He scores out of a sudden, but he isn't very good on the pitch.
No, he needs to work on his ability to play a 90-minute game. Yeah.
It seems like Theo Hernandez avoids passing to him. I don't know what.
Maybe okay, so like if I just think about, if I just think about that, sometimes a player won't pass a ball to another player because they know that if you pass the ball to that player won't pass it back to you. So maybe that's because Hagway maybe is still a little bit more selfish, because that's what that makes me think. Maybe Hagway, when he gets a ball, he just wants to dribble more than he should. Or maybe Teo doesn't have confidence in Hagway because of what they see in training.
Yes, I think that Rebic is more mature, more imposing.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
And Liao has better dribbling characteristics for the wing than
Yep.
Hauge. He's more physical.
Yeah. No, I think Hagway will come out eventually. He's either going to go for what you call it, a loan,
Long.
or he's going to stay another season, or we're going to sell him. I don't think they're going to sell him. Again, let's remember what happened with Suso. Suso came to Milan, he played like a normal player, like everybody was like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" Then he goes to Genoa, he gets his experience, he comes back, and all of a sudden he becomes Milan's best player. So it is possible that Hagway has a similar destiny. All to be seen. Any last words, Jagabenito?
I have one question for you.
Yes.
If Milan doesn't reach top four, whose fault it is? Pioli, the players, the board?
Pioli.
Pioli?
100%.
In
Of
my
course.
opinion, it would be very much on Maldini for bringing in a 34-year-old that hasn't played in 1 year and a half to substitute Ibrahimovic. And I'm very, very positive about this.
You're talking about Mandzukic.
Yes. Because it is unacceptable to expect very much from this team without Ibrahimovic, because he's the focal point of our team.
That is true. I mean, a lot of people have said that. I still think that you're right. You're 100% right. Pioli, I mean, not Pioli. Oh, okay, but Pioli was the one that said, yes, Mandzukic is a great option. Pioli was the one that gave the green light.
But do you think that Pioli could afford it, to say, I don't like Mandzukic, get him away from me?
No, I don't think so. I think Pioli is a yes man. I've said this. We said
Exactly.
this the other day. Pioli is a yes man. But I still think that Pioli, even in the wake of the part of the season where we had all those injuries, the way he managed the team, I just saw so many mistakes. And it's easy to say that it's easy to see the mistakes when you're watching it from the TV. Okay, it's easy to say. One thing is being there on the sideline. Another thing is being on the couch.
Exactly.
So I understand that. I completely understand that. But I would say Pioli definitely made some tactical errors that cost Milan a lot of points. So I'd give it to Pioli.
But he also made some tactical points that changed some of our games.
Like what?
Sampdoria with Hauge is one example.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, okay, that's one. What else?
Not it's not coming right now in my mind.
Anytime Pioli tried to change the formation, it didn't work.
But the question is this one: to what formation we can change and be relatively and be similar with what we have right now.
Well, the tactical mistake that he's made that I've brought up a lot is his management of Leao. Okay, so like, do you play football? Do you play soccer?
Not professionally, but
no, but you don't need to play first, but you play, right?
Yes.
And okay, so depending on where you play, you're going to play better, right?
Yes.
Correct. So what position do you normally play if you play soccer?
Striker, a winger.
You play a striker, a winger. Okay. Yeah. So if I put you in the midfield, are you going to play just as well as the way you play striker?
It depends on against what opposition I'm facing. If they're very good players, no.
let's say you're always playing against good players. Obviously no, right?
No.
So the way how I put you on the field is going to dictate how well you're going to do, right? And Leao, the way he managed Leao has been absolutely atrocious. Like, anybody can see that Leao cannot isn't a striker. He cannot be the focal point of your attack. And Pioli insisting on that. Now, the reason why he did that, I believe, is because he thinks that maybe Leao would not contain or cover the left wing as well as Rebic would. But again, it's a sacrifice for a sacrifice. That was a terrible mistake he made that cost us a lot of games. Not only it cost us a lot of games, but it cost Leao's reputation and value. So that was one example of Pioli making a blunder. You can see that Leao is not a striker. I can see that Leao is not a striker. Most of the people here can see that Leao is not a striker. That's and okay, you're right. You can say, well, Maldini should have bought a better player instead of Mandzukic. That's true. But he didn't. So you got to do with what you have.
What other alternative did he had? Put Rebic on the striker?
Yeah, Rebic on the striker, or
Samu Castillo, false
even
nine.
Even Samu Castillo is a better 9 than Leao. Samu Castillo would do a better job, not as a number 9, but as a falso 9 than Leao.
False 9.
Yeah. If you put Samu Castillo as a false 9 for one game, for 2 games, that he would do better than Leao. Of course, you don't want to put Castillo there every game because eventually he's going to just drop. But as a falso 9, you put even Çalhanoğlu. Okay, put Çalhanoğlu as your falso 9. Put Leao maybe on the wing, or Rebic if Rebic is not available, and then have Tonali, play in the midfield. Whatever. Just do whatever you can, but do not use Leao as a falso 9 or as a striker. And
do you remember the Zlatan pass on Castillo?
Which one?
In Benevento game? When he raised the ball to Samu?
Oh, that was the second half, right?
Yes.
I didn't see that part of the game. What happened?
What happened?
Yeah.
Samu missed. Couldn't handle the ball he received from Zlatan Ibrahimovic. From what I've seen, a right-footed player would have scored that. But he isn't right-footed.
Gotcha. Yeah, I did not see. I saw the first half and I saw the beginning of the second half. I wasn't able to see the end of the second half, so I'm not really sure what sequence of action you're referring to. But I'm not surprised. And also, let's remember something. Even to give a little bit of slack on these players, like when you're playing football, if you're a striker, you're going to have lots of chances. You're not going to score every time. You're going to shoot the ball 10 times, but you're going to score once. So, there's also that to consider. But I honestly don't know this specific sequence of play that you're referring to, so I can't really comment on it. Where was Castillo playing? On the right?
On the right, yes.
Got you. Okay.
Let me share the pass.
Make sure that whatever you're sharing is not an official channel, like a Serie A channel or whatever. It's just like a bootleg channel. In the meantime, let me ask. Okay, no, we'll look at this. Carlo Moretti, we're going to look at this question because actually that was part of what I wanted to talk about today too. Just a little bit touch on that. What do you think of the whole UEFA sanctioning us fiasco? The journals are saying Seferin wants to ban us for 2 years. What a joke if they do ban us. That is a good. That is something that we definitely need to talk about. Tuchel is a perfect guy for Chelsea. The players who were not favored by Lampard and now they are key players, so they change in manager really helps them. Yeah, Tuchel, and now 2 finals in a row, Tuchel. Not bad. Manchester City B team would still do better than Milan first team. I guess that's how they're pretty strong. Eastbourne, English managers don't have manager skills to win their own league, let alone anything internationally. Overhyped, just like the Premier itself. Put Hauge on the right, sub for Salah. That's interesting. Would you like? That's a good question. Would you like to see Hauge on the right?
I would like to see him, but not in this part of the season.
Got you. Yeah.
Salamakers is a more safer option.
Right. What do you think of Salamakers so far? What have you seen?
I think he's been improving very, very fast. Lately he has very, very good creativity, but he lacks in shooting department. He isn't a scorer. We have Rebic and Ibra who can score goals out of a sudden, but Selemakers is more focused on the defensive duties. He brings balance to our team.
Right. Yeah, and that's a good way of putting it, balance. And that's what you need in a team. You need balance. Balance is exactly what every coach wants to see out of a team, balance. Do you have this assist that you wanted to share?
Yes, I put on the YouTube comments.
Oh, it won't show. It won't show. The YouTube doesn't show links.
Doesn't work?
No, I'm pretty sure if you click, it won't. It will censor it. YouTube censors links, so you can see it, but we can't see it.
Can I put it here?
Put it on the private link.
Okay. Done.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to share it with everybody because last time we did that, we got copyright infringement. Yeah, but I'm going to watch it. I'm going to see what you're talking about.
Let me hear your thoughts about this.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, what's up, Ismailia? How you doing, my friend? Guys, what do you think about Philippe Coutinho? He's not having playing time in Barcelona. Coutinho at Milan? Yes.
But isn't his salary very high?
Yeah, crazy high.
Can we afford paying him 10?
Oh my God. Holy shit. Ibrahimovic. Wow, what a play. All right, okay. So I gotta be honest with you, Miss Jaga Benito. Ibrahimovic players. Yeah, I mean, a better player would have controlled that better. But okay, to be honest, let's just be honest here. Let me look at it one more time. I would say that Castillo here had a very small window to make a shot, and he should have done it right away. The only window he had here to make a shot was right away, first touch. But then the defender was on him. What Castillo should have done here is control the ball, shield the ball, and wait, and then just if he was going to shoot, he would have he had to shoot right away.
That's why I said that the right-footed player would have shot in that.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right, because he's left-footed. If it was a right-footed player, a right-footed player would have instinctually taken the shot right away. Yeah, true. But Ibrahimovic's play was amazing. Definitely amazing. Felipe Coutinho, yes, he would be amazing for Milan. Guys, but this is the thing. If Milan goes to the Champions League, all of these things are possible, okay? Some players can come and can go down on their wages and maybe have sponsors cover this and cover that. Milan just has to make it to the Champions League, then anything is possible. All right. Even if we look at our past, when Milan was in the Champions League, certain players came that we never thought they would come. When the Champions League is there, anything is possible. So what do you think about Berardi, Gioca Benito?
I've watched their last game against Atalanta. If I'm being honest, I don't think I think he's an improvement from what we had, but he isn't a top winger. I would have preferred Chiesa over him, but he plays for Juventus. I think that this window might be his last chance of making a big transfer.
Yeah, this is his last chance
already.
Yeah. If he has to make the step, he has to do it now. Same with Belotti.
I mean, Sassuolo struggled against 10-man Atalanta. I mean, like, really? And we lost to them.
Yeah.
I don't think this is acceptable. Even if you're a Sassuolo, to play how many minutes? 70 minutes with one extra guy and barely scrapping a penalty. What is this?
Right.
And some people ask for De Zerbi to coach us. Really?
Oh, okay. De Zerbi is interesting. He's interesting. The way he makes Sassuolo play is interesting. The problem is something that Eastbourne brought up, I think, 2 days ago. Okay, so let's look at the coaches. Conte, maybe Allegri is going to come for Juventus. Sarri maybe may come back. Spalletti might come back. Simone Inzaghi, Mourinho, and then Pioli is next. So De Zerbi would be below all of these two. That's a problem. Like, we don't have a top coach. We don't have top players. We don't. Let me say this. I think Theo Hernandez is on his way to become a top player. I think Kessie is on his way to become a top player. I think Benacer can become a top player. Is probably going to become a top player. Calabria is going to become a top player. That's it. Who else? Donnarumma is going to become a top player, or is in his way to becoming a top player. We are creating them, I think.
Yes, but football is played with 11 players. You can have 10 very good players, but if one player like Dembele, Ousmane Dembele for Barcelona, he missed a very good chance against Liverpool a couple years ago when they should have won 4-0, and because of him, Barca were out because Liverpool beat them 4-0, I think.
Okay.
So because of that one player that missed the chance, Barcelona got not out. We can say that maybe if he scored that goal, I don't think that Liverpool players would have been so hopeful, because 4-0, how can you overcome a 4-0?
Right. Yeah, I mean, do you consider Dembele a top player? No. Right?
No.
Or yes? No.
No, he has potential, but he is not a top player.
I'll be honest with
Coutinho
you.
might be a top player.
I'll be honest with you. I'm not worried as far as Milan and top players. I think if Milan makes the Champions Leagues, the top players come. That's always been like that. There's
Yes,
never
but the
been
problem is getting into Champions League, because this one game can get us one more year.
Exactly. So that's what we have to focus on. We have to focus on these 4 games. Once these 4 games are secured, I'm not worried about top players. Milan is creating its own top players right now. Top players will come. Top players will not come if Milan plays the Super League. Top players will not come if our objective is making the top, trying to make the champ. Top players come when the team is in the Champions League, and that's what we have to fight for. And I'm not worried about this. I'm not worried about that at all, as far as top players go. But, we also, top coaches. Top coaches.
I have one more question for you.
Yeah,
Do you think if Ibrahimovic didn't miss half of the season, we'd be fighting for the title right now or not?
Yes, 100%. 100%. Ibrahimovic has 18 games, 15 goals. So if he would have continued with that average, he'd be not only we'd be fighting for the title, but Ibrahimovic would be fighting with Cristiano Ronaldo for top goal scorer of the Serie
A. I'm seeing that Safe says we have top players, but
okay. Let me read
Muriel and Zapata scored 33 goals for Atalanta, and does Muriel or Zapata play for the national team of Colombia? Are they starters? I'm not really sure, but one of them I think might not be a starter. And Muriel, who comes off the bench, has more goals than Çalhanoğlu, Rebic, and Leao combined. Let me get.
Which is terrible. Rebic has, I believe, 7 goals now, and Çalhanoğlu has 4 goals. These players have been missing. But also, let's look at it this way. If Ibrahimovic was fit this whole time, those players would have more goals. Ibrahimovic is a key figure in this team. Let's not make any mistakes about it. Ibrahimovic is the keystone of this team. If Ibrahimovic would have played the whole season without all these injuries, Rebic right now would probably be in double digits, and maybe also Çalhanoğlu would be in double digits. But these guys, you take Ibra out, you put Leao in the middle, these guys can't do shit.
Yes, but also for Atalanta, Gomez left for Sevilla in the winter, and I think he was a very important figure for them. And players like Muriel, Malinowski, and Zapata still play very well.
The difference with Atalanta is not so much that they depend on a player. Atalanta is more a system that works, and that's proof. You take out a player like Gomez out, and they're still playing. Atalanta is a system. That 3-4-1-2. It's a system they've been developing for quite a few years. And Zapata is a great player. Muriel is a great player. Milankovic, what's his name?
Malinowski.
Malinowski is a great player. Gosens is a great. They have a lot of great players, but they also have a very, very consolidated, solid system. And you train that. You can train your players to become more technical. You can train your players to play a certain system. You can do that. If you're a coach and you know how to do that, you can do that. We have to give credit to Gasperini when it comes to Atalanta. You just have to. Even though I don't think
he outplayed Sassuolo for 50 minutes with one man down,
Right,
and
right.
that should say a lot.
If you have a formula, if you have a system, and if you have players that are interpreting that system properly, then you got a team, man. You got a team. So you got to give them credit for that. Now, Milan, we do have a system, we do have a formula, but shit, you take out Ibra and you put players in the wrong position, we've seen what happens.
I also think that Lazio has a similar team in that they depend a lot on Immobile,
Yep.
and we also depend a lot on Ibrahimovic. But Atalanta doesn't depend on Zapata. They can depend on Muriel.
Yeah. I would say Atalanta doesn't depend on anybody. Atalanta depends on its style, on the way it plays, which is very interesting, very unique. It's a very unique situation with Atalanta because Atalanta outplays everybody. They outplay everybody.
Do you think that if Atalanta puts Leao instead of Muriel and Zapata, they'd be top 4 right now in Serie A? Because I don't believe so.
Well, not for those two players, but if Atalanta puts Leao on the left wing, yes, Atalanta would still be fighting for a top 4 position. Obviously, Leao in the right position can be dangerous, but if you put him up top, no, absolutely not. And is Leao better than who do they have on the right? Remind me. On the left, sorry. Hateboer. Hateboer is Dutch, right? He's a Dutch player.
Yes.
Okay, Hateboer plays for the national team. So if you put Leao there, that's a downgrade. Okay, yes, for sure. But if you put Leao in the right position, he'll do his job.
Yes, but Leao won't do many defensive duties because Gosens and Hateboer go up and down the pitch all game. Right. Do you think that Leao could do that role for Atalanta?
It depends on the coach. It depends on the coach. You have basically a player is a malleable thing. You have to get in his head, and you have to convince him to do the things that you want him to do. It depends on the coach. Now, obviously, by what we've seen lately, no, more no than yes. But it depends on the coach. It depends on how the coach inspires the player. It depends on the other players around him. It depends on the system. The thing is that in Atalanta, if you're playing for Atalanta, all the channels are always open. It's easy to play for Atalanta because the channels are always open. There's always a player available for you to pass the ball to. So
what happened?
Sorry about that. So the system helps the players. Of course, Leao is not as good as those other players. Of course, I'm not debating that. But the system helps the players play better, and the coach. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, my connection disconnected. And then it depends also, it depends on the technical director, on who the technical director buys and how they put a team together.
Yes, I think that Atalanta developed this formation. They depend a lot on this formation and other variants of this formation. But if you put Leao, would want do the same job as Gosens, because Gosens, as I said, has multiple duties. You can't change the system for one player.
Well, Gosens is Gosens is a fullback, right? He's more like an offensive. Yeah. No. You cannot substitute Gosens with Leao.
But
absolutely
Leao might play instead of Pasalic, Malinowski, who plays the attacking midfielder.
Well, the thing about Leao, okay, let's just hone in on to Leao. Atalanta plays a 3-4-1-2. All right?
Yes.
The only position Leao could play in a 3-4-1-2 is maybe the fourth player on the left, or maybe the second striker on the left. And then you ask him, start from the left. Leao can play as a second striker, but if I'm the coach I tell Leao, okay, Leao, you're the second striker, but you start from the left. Kind of like how Cristiano Ronaldo plays, right? Ronaldo always plays, he starts from the left and then he comes in. That's what I would ask Leao. Like, he could work in a system like Atalanta, the way they play so nice and all the channels are always open. Yeah, he would be fine. Leao is fine with Milan too. Look at Leao and Benevento. He played on the left. He did a good job. That first half, he was playing fine. And this is the thing. This is the other thing here. If you get a player like Leao that needs to grow into the game, you just put him in the position to grow into the game, and then all of a sudden he'll score you a goal the same way a number 9 would score a goal. So it really depends on how you position him on the field and the system of the team. That will dictate how well he will play. Leao is not going to change the team. He will just adapt to the team.
Saif says that Sterling was average, but Guardiola developed him into a superstar. I might remind him that in City, David Silva and De Bruyne played there. So they have creativity players to feed the ball to the wingers. They have very good players in the midfield. That's what I'm trying to say, that are very creative.
Man City?
Yes.
Yeah. Ari Amadou Rahman, Ari is actually back. So I think we will be seeing Ari this Sunday for the watch along. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't want to talk too much about Man City. I don't know much about that team and how they've developed. I stay away from the Premier League, to be honest with you. I don't waste my. I used to watch the Premier League when I was younger a lot, but at a certain point, I just stopped. I stopped focusing on world football and I just started focusing on Serie A, because also as you grow, you have jobs and you have things to do. You can only consume so much, right? And when I consume football, I like to be very in it. I'll give my 100%. If I'm going to give my 100% into something, I'll just stick with one thing, which is Milan, Italy, and Serie A. Then everything else.
I understand. I'm not watching Premier League games, but you can see in UEFA Champions League games.
Yeah, exactly. That's where right. That's where you can see how a team is doing in the Champions League, right? Yeah. No, Guardiola would turn a player like Leao into a superstar. Maybe. Who knows? Let me read this. I want to ask you, Joga Benito, because I don't know if you've been following this player. This player is very interesting. Ismailia Abadja says, what about Junior Messians? I'm not sure who that is. And Adam Aunas. Adam Aunas is a very interesting player. Very interesting player. I think he would do great in a team like AC Milan. And if you take him, and put him on the right wing, he'd be a very interesting player. Do you know this player?
I think he's a winger. I haven't watched Crotone this season, but I think he's a winger.
He's a winger. He's a right winger, and he dribbles and he works his ass off. He's all over the pitch. He's always creating. He scores, assists, crosses. He's a complete player. Very young. I believe he's from Algeria. Very young, very good player. Saif says, Leao, when used well on top form, becomes a great player and walks into any team if developed. Yeah, he needs to be developed well and used correctly. I believe that. Sterling was very average, but Guardiola developed into a superstar. I'm not saying we have Guardiola, but just an example of. Okay, I see what. Okay. Leao also plays well when he's playing with a striker. Leao plays well if he's on the left, not on the right with a striker. Only Kessie and Ibra have 10 goals. All right. Anything else, Joga Benito?
Forza Milan, and let's hope we're winning this game.
Forza Milan.
And thanks for bringing me in this stream.
Hey, no problem. Hey, guys, as I said, every time I do these streams like this, whether it's the AC Milan, I'm not doing Milan news anymore. I stopped doing that because I'm tired with the journalists and the media. But anytime I do this, channels are open for, the line is open for anybody. All right, Giacomo Benito, thank you so much. I'm looking
Ciao.
forward to seeing
Forza
you
Milan.
again. Forza Milan.
Have a nice day.
You too. Ciao, ciao. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it's mostly gentlemen, or all of us are gentlemen here. Anybody else wants to come up and give me, your 2 cents, and if there's anything you want to get off of your chest, the lines are open. We had the Joga Benito from Romania, a friend of the channel. He's been on the channel now twice, I believe. Look forward to having him again. So thank you, Joga Benito. Let me put the link up one more time. Maybe I can have, let's see, 1 or 2 more guests. And then I'm going to have to close down. And actually, yes, we have Saif wants to come in and say something. Saif, just wait 1 second, Saif. I want to do one more report, and then I'm going to have you back in, because Carlo Moretti reminded me about something that I had prepared, and I want to read this, and then Saif, you're up. Let me just give you the link right away, so you are ready to go. All right, there you go, Saif. All right, so before we get Saif on, I want to read this report, because I don't know if it's, again, we don't know if it's true or not, but it's something that does, it is an interesting report that we can talk about. So here we go. All right. Now this could determine the future of AC Milan. Whether this is true or not, who knows? But this motherfucker here, with that face, with that name, Seferin, anything is possible. UEFA are keen to issue the 4 remaining Super League sides, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Juventus, and AC Milan, with 2-year bans from the Champions League. Now, this is a report that came out of ESPN. It's probably bullshit, but let's just think about it. If they do not formally distance themselves from a breakaway competition. 8 of the 12 sides involved in the catastrophic, you see, like, what is that? Catastrophic, have announced their withdrawal, with Arsenal, Atletico Madrid, Chelsea, blah, blah, blah. And all have formally apologized to Alexander Seferin, the great. Alexander Seferin, the god. They have apologized to the god, Alexander Seferin. Anyway. If some elect to go their own way, then they must live with the consequences. This is the official Twitter of UEFA, of their choices. So this is straight from the mouth of UEFA. If some elect to go their own way, they must live with the consequences of their choices. No doubt whatsoever of FIFA disapproval of this. Full support to UEFA. Etc. Okay, let's move on. Seferin threatened significant punishments for all 12 sides initially, and with 4 teams still aligning on for dear life. ESPN state that the UEFA chief is looking to push forward with his disciplining plans. Okay, and now this is something I really wanted to look at. The idea of lifetime ban. What? The idea of lifetime bans from UEFA competition was floated. Like, these motherfuckers actually, nah, this is bullshit. I don't believe that. About in the early stages, but that is not actually an option. Of course it's not. The maximum punishment UEFA can hand out is 2-year bans. So that's what they're pushing for. The 8 sides who have withdrawn are also expected to face punishments. What? Punishment? What the? But Seferin has vowed to treat each club individually. As long as you kiss his ass and you smell his farts and you tell him, "Oh my God, Seferin, I love you. You're the best," he's not going to punish you, okay? And has praised the one-time rebels for apologizing for their mistakes. 7 teams are already believed to have agreed on punishments. What? Seven teams have already believed to have what? Yo, these teams are fucking disgusting. Of course, Inter expected to follow suit. So 7 teams are literally, oh my God, that is embarrassing. That is absolutely embarrassing. Oh my, okay. The 8 sides who have drawn are also expected to face punishment. Yes, I've read that. Okay, for me, it is a clear difference between the English clubs and the other 6, he said. They pulled out first. They admitted they made a mistake. Lord Seferin, the Great, the god of Earth realm, says, for me, there are 3 groups of this 12. The English 6, who he loves the English teams, who went out first. Then the other 3, Atletico Madrid, Milan, and Inter. After them, and then the ones who feel that the earth is flat and they think the Super League still exists. Man, whoever wrote this is a piece of shit. Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Juventus. And there is a big difference between those, but everyone will be held responsible. In what way, we will see. Okay. Seferin is keen to change the 4 remaining sides with a breach of Article 51 of the statutes, which states no combinations or alliances between clubs affiliated directly or indirectly to different UEFA member associations may be formed without the permission of the UEFA. UEFA is your god. You're not allowed to do anything unless UEFA tells you you can do it. Lord Seferin, Lord Alexander Seferin, please give me breath. Allow me to live. Seferin is key. Okay, read that. However, those 4 teams believe such bans are impossible. Firstly, AC Milan, Barcelona, Juventus, and Real are arguing that their plan to form the Super League was simply asking UEFA for permission and recognition rather than officially breaking away from the organization. That's kind of beta. Don't do that. What is this? Champions League. Okay. There's also Madrid court injunction, which ruled that UEFA could not discipline teams for their desire to form the Super League. So the government of Spain said, yo, this is football. Who cares? I'm out. To deal with sources close to the situation, believe that UEFA cannot simply punish the 4 teams without facing an enormous legal battle, of course, which would make it incredibly difficult. Alexander the Great, Lord God of Earth realm, Seferin, does not want things to get that far and simply wants at least one of the 4 remaining sides to withdraw. It is understood that the Super League will officially collapse once and for all if 9 of the 12 teams pull out. So the hope is that an agreement can be reached away from the courtroom. And that's it. That is what we got. Lord Alexander Seferin, the savior of the world, guys. The god of sports, god of football. Yeah, Carlo, it better not be Milan. It better not be Milan. It better not be Milan. Well, we have good team and good talents who can become superstar in the future. Lau is a good player, but he is not a center forward. He's a good left wing. Yes. English clubs are a bunch of pussies. Yes. Milan better not apologize. Yes. It is the only way the rest of the teams will catch us. Yeah. Incredible. It's amazing to hear this, man. It's just amazing to hear this. Lord Alexander Seferin the Great, God of Earth realm. Man, if anything, this is going to push these clubs to do this even more. but I think that this is what they implied here, Carlo. Huh? I think this is what he implied here, and I that's what I read when I was reading through the lines. That's what I read. That Lord Suffering is just hoping for one club out of the four to come out and say, I'm sorry, Lord Suffering. I'm sorry I made you angry. And I'm thinking that he is thinking Milan. He is thinking Milan. All right. Okay. I got that out of my system. We got that out of our system. That's the way it is. Let's get Najar, Saif Najar online. Let's remove this. Mr. Saif, how you doing, sir?
Emma, what's up? How are you doing? I'm doing fine.
Good. Get it off your chest, Saif. Anything you want to talk about?
Honestly, I came with no expectations. Like, I just wanted to talk about Milan. So I would prefer if you ask me some questions if you want.
No, you go. What do you think about, tell us about Juve, tell us about, what I just read, the Seferin thing, anything, man. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, like I said before that I don't really care about the Donnarumma situation. But every time I open Instagram, every time I open a news page, all I see is Donnarumma Çalhanoğlu. Donnarumma Çalhanoğlu. Areola is asking for this. Çalhanoğlu's agent is in Casa Milan. Bro, I've had enough.
Yeah.
Seriously, I've had enough. And it's so convenient that it comes in a time, the most critical point of the season. Like, if you remember, we weren't having this much news when we were top of the league and everything was calm.
Right.
Right now when we're fucked and we're battling for the top four, now everyone's talking about contracts and Zlatan being unfollowed on Instagram by Leao and Çalhanoğlu. All these 10-year-old stories. People who actually believe these stories are 10-year-olds, honestly.
Yeah. It's a shame. And that's a thing, that these stories make the headlines, and then the whole country, Italy or wherever, fans do talk about this. They do talk about it, and it destabilizes the team, because these guys are not. They see all the reports. It has an impact. It has an impact on the team for sure, and it's all bullshit. Like, who cares? Oh my God, Çalhanoğlu unfollowed Ibra. Oh my God, like, who cares?
No, and I am annoyed more by the fans who actually believe this bullshit. Like, stories of Donnarumma is still crying about it. Donnarumma is very hurt. Like, do they live with him in the house? do they know his father? What the hell are these stories?
Right.
Like, especially Italian journalists are a joke.
Yeah.
They are scumbags. They are a disgrace. They don't care. They are the reason also, if I may add, that so many young players are failing, because they put so much pressure on them. They put
100%.
so much. Yeah, Cutrone is the next Inzaghi. Zaniolo is the next Totti. Like, stop it, Let these players grow. Seriously.
And these journalists have also connections with certain agents, and in exchange for information, whatever. And these journalists will, for example, maybe if they have a connection with a certain agent, they'll, for example, try to push a certain player, a player that maybe doesn't deserve to be pushed, but they'll push that player because of these connections. And then it's just disgusting. It's a disgust. Journalism has become the most disgusting practice of the 21st, mainstream institutions.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely disgusting.
Sometimes we hate on players so much, but we tend to forget that they're still human beings. Like, they still have Instagram, they still have Wi-Fi. They're not living in 1900. They still read everything, and it affects them. Like, we blame them a lot, but I'm not gonna blame Donnarumma if he plays a shit game against Juventus, because, like, I'm very annoyed with him over the last few months. But who the hell do the Curva Sud think they are, coming confronting him and telling him you're not gonna play against Juve? Like, okay, you are great for the team, you create atmosphere in the San Siro, but you do not represent the fans. You know what I mean? You do not represent the fans. Like they're acting like they are Milan themselves, and they forgot there are other millions all over the world who don't share their idea.
Yes. Now, I do follow the channel of an Italian guy that is very involved with the Curva Sud. He's at the stadium every time. He follows the team every time they go. Obviously now because of he's like a ultra, right? He's an Italian
Yeah.
guy. He's a channel here, and he knows all the people that went to Donnarumma. And the way he explained it made it seem, well, the way he said it went made it seem like, again, that the media misreported this and how it went. Like, it wasn't so bad as the media made it seem. The confrontations didn't really go the way they were reported. Like, Donnarumma never cried. That never happened. That never happened. And it wasn't. It was more like, we just want to know, what you're going to do, etc. And this thing about even Juventus not playing, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's not true. I don't know if that's true. That could be a lie. This thing that they asked Donnarumma, you can't play unless you tell us that you want to stay for Milan.
Yeah, my problem wasn't even the confrontation itself. That just one line pissed me off. Like when they allegedly, not surely, allegedly they said that you're not going to
Right.
play against Juve if you haven't signed a contract. That pissed me off. Like you are a huge part of Milan, but you're not Milan. There are other fans in the world.
Yeah. If they said that, I agree with you. They don't get to decide whether or not Donnarumma plays or not. And they don't represent us. They don't represent me. They don't represent you. We all represent ourselves when it comes to, our if as fans, etc.
And these are the same guys who booed Maldini in this final game at the San Siro. Let's not forget that.
Hold on. Let's be also more clear about that. Not all the Curva Sud booed Maldini. It was just one section. It was just one group.
But like there was a part of them. Like that's what I meant.
Yeah,
I mean the Curva Sud that did it.
There are different factions. I think you have the Fossa dei Leoni, you have the Brigate Rossoneri, you have different factions of the Curva Sud. So it wasn't all the factions. It was just one specific faction. I don't know if that's the same. I don't know if it's the same faction that confronted Donnarumma. I'm not sure, but yes, yeah. What about that? That what did you want to say about that? The Maldini thing.
Well, like I said, I watched many Milan games, but I started being a fan in 2010. Like I said, I watched the 2000. Yeah, like I knew about the 2007 thing, but I started really being a fan in 2010. But just the fact that even through all the problems, I don't know what Maldini did. He blamed the fans for something, I'm not sure. But even like booing him, Mr. Milan himself
Right.
getting booed in his last game, it's not acceptable in any way, shape, or form, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, for sure. Now, the reason why that happened, this is a long time ago, so I can't remember the details. I think the reason why that happened is because this was extra football thing. That specific faction had organized an event about something. I can't really remember what it was. We're talking about decades ago, but they had organized an event, and Maldini was supposed to be there, but Maldini didn't show up, or something like that. Or Maldini said he was for it, and then Maldini retracted. Something like that. Something in that general area, and that's why there was that collision between the two. It had nothing to do with Maldini on the pitch. Now, I'm not excusing it.
Yeah.
But that was kind of what happened. There was a little bit of friction between Maldini and that faction of the Curva Sud based on an event that they had organized outside of football.
Yeah, even though that happened, it's in the past. I just want to bring it up, like these are the same people. But now Maldini is our director, everything is fine. I also want to talk about the whole FIFA thing. First of all, I was I was pro Super League out. I wasn't really with it at all. I said that with the comments. But that UEFA president, with his threats and shit, he forgets that Champions League without Barcelona, Madrid, Juventus, and Milan let's be honest, it's nothing. Even like just the fact that Milan, after 8 years, is finally gonna qualify for the Champions League, and now he's threatening. Even not Milan, but forget Italy for a second. Imagine a Champions League without even Real Madrid and Barcelona, who have the biggest two fan bases in the world. That can happen. So
Yeah.
he's just showing that he's a tough guy, and that's not gonna
Right.
work, obviously. So I'm not really worried about the situation.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he's going to be able to twist their arms. And he's just, to me, he's just showing that he's a he's like, just to say it in a little bit disrespectful terms. He's an asshole. Okay, he's an asshole. All right. This Lord Alexander Sefering guy is a piece of shit, and that's just the way it is. But let me ask you, what would happen? What do you think would happen if Milan were to be banned from the Champions League for 2 years? What do you think the consequences would be?
Like the effect on Milan or the Champions League?
On Milan.
I think it would be terrible. For sure, like at least two or three top players of our team will leave. But let's be honest, they love Milan, and I'm sure about that. Like players like Kessie and Theo love Milan. But when you're not in the Champions League and teams like Man City are coming calling, they're not gonna reject that.
No.
So it would be a catastrophe. Also, Ibrahimovic will be less motivated for the team.
Yeah.
And I think he would leave after just one season, honestly, if we were banned for 2 years. So I don't even want to think about. Oh, he went.
Sorry. I'm back. My connection goes in and
it's
out. You're saying
That's okay.
You're saying it'd be a catastrophe, yeah?
Like I said, the top players will leave. Sorry.
And it would set us back not 2 seasons. It would set us back 5 seasons, right?
Exactly.
Because then you have to build up. You have to build.
And just in the mentality itself, these players have waited some of them waited 3 or 4 years for this, and when it finally happens, boom, you're banned from Champions League. They're gonna lose all the motivation to stay in the team, honestly, and they're not gonna settle for Rio Ave away for another season.
Right. But let me ask you this then, Saif, because this goes back to the arguments that we've been speaking about regarding the Super League, the UEFA Cup. But doesn't this show ulteriorly that UEFA just has way too much power?
I never claimed that UEFA is a saint. They have done some bullshit things. I'm sure they have rigged so many matches. They have fucked Milan with financial fair play. Yeah. In the same time, I do not agree with how the teams went up. I'm sure they did it. I'm sure that there's something at the end of this, like a better cut of the earnings and something like that. I'm sure that they settled for an agreement. But still, the Super League would have sucked because, even just think about the Champions League. This is Milan's DNA. You tell me we're gonna sell that just to become a super team like the Lakers or something in the NBA. We're gonna sell our soul. You know what I mean? And I understand some people would like to see a team full of superstars, but I've lived with Milan through the shit banter years. Like I said,
right. Yeah.
I wasn't gonna accept a 2-year full PSG spending spree. I really don't like that.
Gotcha. Yeah. But just staying not so much on the Super League, but staying on UEFA. What would you think would be the best solution?
I don't really understand the question.
What do you think UEFA should do?
I mean, Milan is still in the Super League, right?
What I mean is, what do you think UEFA should do to, rather than punish these teams and push them away even further, what should UEFA do to bring them back closer?
I mean, like I said, like we're gonna give them like much more earnings in case all the teams will be in the Champions League next
And what
season.
if they don't?
They're all, eventually they'll do because there are a bunch of clowns, there are a bunch of bitches, honestly, and they're not men of their words. They're just doing this because they have egos the size of countries, you know. This is the same guy that said even when the Super League is cancelled, teams like Chelsea, Man City, Real Madrid, like no City and Real Madrid, were not gonna be in the semifinals, and then boom, they played the semifinals. So, like I said, like it's not gonna happen. I think they're gonna settle for an agreement that benefits Milan and Real and Barca and Juventus. And yeah, that's basically my opinion on the thing.
Now, you know what I think? This is just an instinct because
Yeah.
you said egos, big egos. I think Barcelona, Madrid, Juventus, and Milan too also have big egos. I don't think they're going to give up on this idea. I really don't, especially Madrid and Barcelona. I really don't. So I really don't know what's going to happen in the future. I wonder. Yeah, I really don't know. I really don't know. But I don't think Juventus, particularly Real Madrid and Juventus, these two clubs are going to give it up so easily. I
How
think
convenient. Yeah, sorry, go on.
especially like with someone like Agnelli. Agnelli is maybe one of the most, that family name is one of the most powerful names, politically and economically, in Italy. If they have a lot of power, names like that have a lot of power. So I really wonder I don't think this Super League is going to end. This idea of a Super League is going to end so easily. I really don't think so.
I personally think it's gonna end. Like, what are you gonna do a tournament of 4 teams? Because, like, you already saw some protests with the Man United fans. They broke into the ground. They want the owners to leave, and that certainly sent a message. It's not gonna happen with only 4 teams.
Right.
Like,
if it's only 4 teams though.
Yeah, and big name players like De Bruyne or Bruno, or these type of players, they all came out and said we don't want this. Players with big personalities said they don't want this. And honestly, I wished for something like this to come out, even from players like Ibra or Kessie. No one from Milan said that, and I really didn't respect that at all. That's my that's my opinion anyway. But this cannot go on without the big players. It cannot happen. That's my opinion.
I'm saying that not anytime soon, but this idea has been going on for almost 2 decades now. Oh no, it has been going on for 2 decades now. I don't think they're going to let go of it. I don't think they're going to let go of it. Who knows what the future brings? Who knows? But
who knows?
As far as the UEFA, if UEFA ban Milan for 2 years, then we should do everything in our power to do it.
Oh yeah, I agree. Like we won't have any other solution. Like if that happens.
Right, and also if UEFA bans us for 2 years, that'll be that in the space of 5 years, UEFA would have banned Milan 3 times out of Europe, 3 times damaging the club.
Okay, honestly, like once we asked to be banned from the Europa League. Like we asked for it.
We asked for it.
Could have. No, I remember something like that. Like Milan wanted to go out of the Europa League or something like that, just to spend more. I'm not really sure.
Are you talking about the season Gattuso finished?
Yeah, I think so. It was the 5th position.
Right. I was under the impression that Milan got disqualified due to them not respecting the financial fair play rules. That's what I remember. I don't know if there was more to that.
I think because we had to meet certain conditions if we wanted to stay in the Europa League, and we didn't want to meet these conditions, so we got out. I think that's what happened.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I have to look into that. I don't really remember exactly what happened there. But anyway, UEFA definitely is a piece of shit. I don't like them, and whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah, I agree.
Anything else? What else do you wanna get off your chest? Safe.
Oof. Formations. I think we spoke a lot about formations in this stream. Players that I wish would come, honestly. Like I said in the chat, I think if we're gonna stay in the same formation, we have to replace Çalhanoğlu. We cannot rely on this guy for us in the Champions League and in the Serie A to perform every week like he does in Turkey. Because he's not that player. He doesn't deal with pressure. You know what I mean?
Right. Now, I think
Yeah.
that Çalhanoğlu would be able to adapt to Champions League football. That's my opinion. It doesn't necessarily mean it's true, but I do think that Çalhanoğlu would be able to adapt. All he needs to do is just. I mean, look. Let me tell you something, Safe.
Mm.
When you play at a certain level, the more you play at a certain level, you get used to it. You adapt. You adapt to it, right? Okay. If you play in the Champions League every year, it's instinct. You adapt to it. You adapt to the pressure. You adapt to the speed. You adapt to the rhythm. So now the question is, would a player like Çalhanoğlu be able to adapt? I think so, but you don't. You don't think so, huh?
Like when he was at Leverkusen, I thought that he was gonna be like I've been following for a lot. A world-class center attacking midfielder is gonna take the midfielding world by storm. But if we're gonna be realistic here, he's not the player to lead us to great success. Like it depends on what our goals will be. Just like average, go to the Champions League, get knocked out in the groups, and just remain in the top four, or we're gonna actually challenge for the Scudetto and like expand our brand and be able to compete in the later stages of the Champions League. We're not gonna do that with freaking Çalhanoğlu. You know, we're not gonna do that. He disappears. He disappears way too much in big matches. Like he came to Milan in 2017. He only had like he only out of them he only had like 6 or 8 months of being close to a world class level. So do I trust him? I honestly don't.
Got you. I don't remember if I asked you about who would you have him replaced with?
Nabil Fekir.
Oh yeah, you said Fekir. Now remember Fekir. Who does Fekir play with?
He plays with Real Betis. No, he's 26, I think, maybe late 26. Like only 3 years ago, he was linked to all the big clubs. He even did a medical with Liverpool, but he failed the medical.
Why did he fail the medical?
I think he had a problem with his knee or something. But having said that, he hasn't had much injuries since then. Like it's been 2 or 3 years, he hasn't had much injuries since then, and that's why I would take him. He can play second striker. He's perfect for Cam. He can pass the ball. He's good with free kicks. He can shoot he can shoot and shoot well, not like Çalhanoğlu shoots and once out of 8 or 9 times it ends up in the stands. I don't like that.
I'm reading. Okay, I'm looking at his page. I'm looking at his Wikipedia. So Fekir has had 25 appearances with the French national team, 2 goals. He's playing with Betis. He's a forward, though. It doesn't say attacking midfielder.
Well, there's
here it goes. Style of play. Upon calling him from the France senior squad, manager Didier Deschamps said that Fekir is a player with great potential. I consider that he can bring us something different. He plays in a different role to the others. He can score and set up others to score as well. Okay, I see it. I see what you're saying, right? And he was part of the World Cup team that won in 2018. So he has a World Cup under his belt. Probably, obviously not as a starter, but he's part of the expedition. Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
So he has experience. He has plenty of experience.
He has winning experience too. Yeah, that's very good.
He played in the Europa League. He played in the Champions League, I believe. He's a top player, in my opinion.
Okay.
And he's forced to play up front with Betis because they don't have a clinical striker, so they're forced to putting him in there. Naturally, he plays as a cam or a right mid in some situations. And I think Roy has Frozen. Yeah.
All right, I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you think his containment game is good?
His what? Sorry, you cut out.
Con- Containment game. His ability to
Like,
contain. His ability to defend.
I mean, if you ask him to, like, from what I have seen, he's aggressive. Like, if you ask him to defend, he can do that. Like,
No, but can
he's not a great.
okay.
Oh yeah, he pressures. He pressures the ball.
All right.
Like
Okay. Interesting.
he puts pressures on other. Like what I'm saying is he gives us something different. You know, we don't have that type of player in the attack, like
Mhm.
someone like Akir, and he can both score and assist.
So, from what I read, and this is just me reading and putting players together, is he
Yeah.
similar to Memphis Depay?
Uh, he is. Yeah, I think Depay is more of a clinical scorer, but yeah,
Mhm.
they're both kind of the same players.
Okay.
Fakir
Okay.
is
Okay. Gotcha.
Fakir is a better like playmaker though, in my opinion.
Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. So, and you would play him in a 4-2-3-1 system.
Yeah. He honestly like he fits any formation. If we want to switch to 4-4-2, he can play the right midfielder. Like even in the 4-2-3-1, he can play the right midfielder if we want to
Oh,
play
he can also
Çalhanoğlu
play as
for
a
some
right
reason.
midfielder. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know that I haven't seen this player, so I can't really judge. But he's won a World Cup. Didier Deschamps says that he's a good player. He's a great player. He's a great potential. Um. So yeah. Again, I'm not. I haven't given up on Çalhanoğlu yet. I haven't given up on him.
Like yeah, me neither. I think he can be a good squad player, like someone to offer us something, but he's not a starter for teams that has a big project. You know, he's not that in my opinion.
Got you. Got you. Got you. And now you earlier asked me about Vlahovic, right?
Oh yeah,
What
yeah.
what is your opinion there as on the center forward thing?
Well, Vlahovic, like I haven't been seeing all of the Fiorentina games, but judging on his scoring output, I thought yeah maybe he would be good for Milan, and he can learn from Ibrahimovic. But if I had the choice to sign a young striker, I would definitely get Moise Kean. I just
Okay.
there are players that you enjoy seeing playing, and I enjoy seeing him playing.
Yeah, Moise Kean is a very interesting prospect for sure. And you got to say he's doing excellent at PSG because going into PSG and doing well, the pressures are high. So good for him. He's doing
Yeah,
good.
yeah, scoring against Barcelona also on the Camp Nou.
Yeah, yeah.
That's something.
Right. European experience, scoring against these big teams. You need to be a special kind of player to score against these big teams.
And also, Lyra said something, and I really appreciate him for saying that. Leao
What?
has the potential. Leao has the potential,
Mm.
but does he have the mindset to become? Yeah, I'm one of the best players. I want to be one of the best players in the world. He doesn't. Moise Kean, like I honestly think Moise Kean is very, very talented, but Leao is more talented in my opinion. But Ken has the drive. He runs at players. He has the mindset of I want to fucking kill you in the game. That Leao doesn't have that. He's more chill. You could see him like laughing with other players if he lost at the end. Like he's that type of player. You know what I mean? Like yeah, he froze again. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, sorry, man. My system is crazy, dude. I gotta
It's okay. It's
update my
okay.
system.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so sorry. What were we discussing?
Where's again?
Oh yeah, Mosaic, yeah. And
Yeah.
yeah.
And and like I said, like in the past live stream, Laird said something that I really liked. Is that he goes in
Oh,
with the
Lao,
mindset of every.
Lao. You're talking about Lao, right?
Yeah. The thing about Liao, I think in terms of talent, he is very, 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 very talented. Even more
Right.
talented than Ken. But the difference, like Laird said, the mindset. Leo doesn't go in every game saying that I want to kill you. I want to be the star of this match. I want all the news to be about me. Ken, that's the difference. Ken goes in with the mindset of I want to kill you. I want to be the star of the match. Leo's the type of player to shake your hand and smile and dance after the team loses. I'm not gonna bash him for that. That's his personality.
But do you think this is?
But
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah,
Finish.
that's what I like about Ken. I think Leo is more talented, but talent doesn't always guarantee results.
No, yeah, for sure. Character is a big part, right?
Yeah.
Character is a big part of it. Hold on. Let me just give me 1 second.
Mhm.
1 second.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me? Safe?
Yeah. Perfect.
Safe?
Yeah. I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, good. All right, go ahead. Keep on going.
I forgot where I was. Oh,
No,
yeah.
Lao. You're talking about Lao's character. So how do you fix that? How do you fix Lao's charisma? How do you get Lao to be more charismatic?
It comes from the player within. If you're playing for Milan and you want to be if you want to be considered a legend at this team, like I'm sure I'm not fit to do it, but believe me, if I had the chance to play for the team, I would do it for free. I love this team so much, and I'm sad that Leao doesn't have the same mindset. You know what I mean? He's happy. He's happy with his career stagnating. Believe me, like Niang, as much as we banter him, as much as we say he wasn't a good, he was considered a very good prospect. He played against freaking Barcelona in the 2013 Champions League when they got knocked out. I think if he continues on the same route, I think he's gonna just be another Niang, and football is gonna forget about him. Honestly, that's the difference. Ken, I'm pretty sure Ken is gonna be a fantastic player because of his mindset. Because he's always at it. You know, it's not like Leo.
it seems like Leao is a little bit lacking in that department. The
Yeah,
character, charisma for sure, and
yeah.
and yeah, I don't know what that means for the future. But don't you think that the coach has a lot to do with this?
I mean, well, apart, yeah. I mean, maybe the coach is not even playing him at the right position. Honestly, people are going to disagree with me. There's no
Yeah,
reason for us to say that Leao is not a striker. He went through the Sporting Lisbona Academy, and he was a striker. He played as a striker for Lille when they finished second in the championship. I really think it's a matter of not being focused and clinical, and like he has all the traits for being a striker, in my opinion. He's
he
strong, he's
does.
fast, he's strong, he's fast, he's tall. Like I said, he's got a good physique. Like you can't find that many traits in a striker.
I'm going to challenge you with this one. I'm going to challenge you. I don't think he's a striker, and I don't think that because I've said that many times. And one
Yeah,
of the reasons why I don't think he's a striker is actually because of one of the reasons that you said is that he lacks charisma. In order to be a striker, you need a lot of charisma because you got to score goals. Scoring goals, you need a lot of focus, a lot of fight, a lot of determination to score goals, and that comes with your charisma, with your character, with your hunger, right? That hunger. Leao to
yeah.
me seems a player that in order to build him into the game, you have to start him where he's comfortable. He's a player that needs to feel comfortable. And also, his close ball control is not very impressive. If you're a striker, you need to keep that ball close to you, right? And it can't move more than 1 inch away from your foot. I haven't seen that from Leao. I haven't seen
I
that.
think.
Now, when he was in Lille, maybe that was different because in France the way they play football is a little bit more open, so
Hmm.
so he can do that. Portugal the same. In Italy, you know how Italy is. The defenses will close you down. They'll surround you. So you have to be very good at being able to play, close control football and 1 second football. Do you think Leao is a 1 second football player? I don't think so.
Well, okay. You all say that he played well against Benevento. Well, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Okay, he showed a lot more hunger. But what did he actually do? Like, tell me a significance he did on the game.
He doesn't need to do anything significant. He just needs to participate in the action. He needs to participate in the dialogue. Because if he does his part, then the other players do their part, right? And then the other thing is if Leo starts from the left and you build him into the game, you get him to do one dribble and let's say he gets a player, he dribbles a player and he crosses the ball in, then that's his confidence goes up. Then the next sequence of play, he'll have more confidence. You got to build him into it. And then if you start him on the left, the more you build him into the game, then eventually he can move into the center and even score the kind of goal that a number 9 would score. But if you start him in the number 9 position, the guy has absolutely no idea what to do. He has no idea what to do, and I have to only blame Pioli for this. So I cannot agree with you about him being a striker at this point in his career. Maybe later on as he gains more experience and he learns, because even Kessie, if you remember, Kessie had a big issue that his first touch wasn't great, right? His first touch was a little bit too long, but now his first touch has become perfect. So it takes time. Maybe in the future he can become a great striker, but I don't see that happening now.
Okay, right. Like, I think I have 3 points or four. First of all, KC, okay, that happened. He
Mhm.
was showing passion. He was showing fight for the team. Don't
Okay, yeah,
like,
we're
like
not going to
it's
disagree on this. We're not going to
yeah,
disagree on that.
yeah. It's in like we paid 30 million for a guy that we cannot keep making excuses for him. Well, like I said, he has all the traits to become a big striker. So the charisma has to come within. You're playing for Milan. Salamakers isn't the best player in the world. He shows fight. Theo Hernandez, when he plays like shit, he shows fight. Tomori does. Ben Nasser does. He came back from many calf injuries. Yeah, he sticks his foot in the game. He challenges players. He's aggressive. Ibrahimovic at 40 years old comes, takes the ball. He presses defenders. What's the excuse for what's the excuse for Leao not doing that? Seriously.
I can't disagree with you on this aspect of his game. I can't disagree with you. You're 100% right. 100%.
So yeah, another point. We all say that Rebic links up with Theo Hernandez better on the left, and we say that Leao is not a striker. So what's the point of keeping him in the team? Let's make a swap deal to Everton, swap him with Ken, throw some extra money on there, and just get the player. If he's not going to play on the left, if he's not a natural striker, what does he do? Seriously. I love the guy, but if he doesn't want to show hunger for the team, he can get out.
I mean, okay, when it comes to his charisma, you're absolutely right. Now, if I were to develop a player that can turn into a great winger, because remember, he's at under 21, and he has a lot of the potential. Apparently, everybody says he has a lot of potential. If we want to develop a left winger for the future, I'm all for it. Okay, or maybe a second striker. I don't even see him as a second striker, to be honest with you, Kundu. But if we want to develop him as a left winger, great. If we want to do the exchange him and Keane, I mean, I think you're right. Keane would be a better all-round player than Leao is.
Yeah, and ironically, like I swear, like I just read a few days ago that Everton are interested in Moise Kean. I actually just remember that.
No, Everton is interested in Leao, you mean?
Yeah. They're preparing to spend like above 30 million for him.
Yeah, I read that too. Around 50 million.
Yeah, and that would be crazy. I would cut their arms off for that type of money for Leao, honestly. Like, I expected this season to be his breakout year. I really did. Like, even though he's young, this was the perfect year for him to show himself. To be like, okay, bro, you're great, you're a legend, but it's time for me now to be the next great thing for Milan. Instead, he keeps on rapping, he keeps on not being interested in games, and that really pisses me off because I know what this guy is capable of. I really do. I've been following him since he was at Lisbona, when he went to Lille, when he became a star. We paid 30 million for this guy, or maybe a bit more.
Right.
This is unacceptable.
I would
take Moise Kean. I would replace Leao. Seriously.
Safe. I'm telling you right now, like, this is what I believe, and I might be wrong, okay? We don't know.
Yeah.
If Leao would have just stuck to his position, what he's good at, this would have been a breakout year for him. Okay? I'm going to stick to my guns and say Pioli made a big mistake with how he managed him.
Okay, then let me ask you this. If we have a coach like... I'm not saying Pioli is the problem. If we have... Oh, he went out again.
So it is, but I agree with you that Keane is a better player overall, and Keane does have that fighting spirit. So you're right about that. Leao lacks.
I'm not sure about better player. Like I said, Leao has the potential to be one of the best left wingers / strikers in the world. There are a few players with like traits, physical and technical, like him. He's just another Niang for me. If he keeps on playing like this, honestly.
He could become the next Niang, yeah. You're absolutely right. Yep. All right. Anything else you want to add? Safe?
Just the last thing with Joga Benito, my Romanian partner.
Yes.
He said something like, we don't have top players.
We don't have top players.
Yeah, and I couldn't disagree more. Donnarumma gets almost in every team in the world. Theo Hernandez is the same. Kessie has been one of the best holding midfielders, box-to-box midfielders.
Yeah, right. He said, okay.
Ooh,
so maybe we'll get you two to do a 1v1 next time.
Sure. Like I said, I have not said that we're better than Inter, but Benacer, Barcelona wanted him, and that's a fact. Rebic is a starter for Croatia. Ibrahimovic, gets injured. Çalhanoğlu is a star for Turkey. Calabria has developed into the best right back in Italy, in my opinion. Like in an Italian right back.
I agree, yeah.
Kier is the most underrated center back in Europe this season, in my opinion.
Kier's the
Underrated.
captain. Kier is the captain of Denmark.
And he's underrated. Not many people talk about him.
Yeah,
And
that's a good point.
tomorrow he came from Chelsea. How are you telling me that this team doesn't have potential? We don't need a full squad. We only need like 2 or 3 players and continue developing our players to even dominate. I'm not kidding.
Right.
So in terms of team, we have a team.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think that, we tend to forget how young this team is. We tend to
Exactly.
forget how young this team is, and I see parallels with other players that I've seen in the past develop into great players. I see a lot of our players becoming top players. I see a lot of them becoming top players. Yeah,
This is a
for
great
sure.
unit. If we keep this team, if we grow this team, and they know each other now. They've been
Yeah.
playing with each other for a few years, so they know each other's playing style, their personalities. They're all friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They all trust each other, and that's the most important thing in a team. So, like I
Yeah.
said, with another top coach maybe coming in, we're a force to be reckoned with. But the fact is, we're not gonna do well in the long term with Pioli, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would say like with a pedigreed coach. But you know what? I also just to extend this a little bit longer. Saki was not a pedigreed coach. Ancelotti was not a pedigreed coach. Capello was not a pedigreed coach. A lot of Nere Rocco was not a pedigreed coach. All the coaches that won the Champions League with us were not pedigreed coaches. They become pedigreed coaches at Milan. So it is an interesting thing to point out as well in defense of Pioli. But I agree that this team in the long term with like a coach that is pedigreed can make a big difference. Yeah.
And I'm sure that there are many coaches in the world that would love to get a chance to coach Milan. Some people say, yeah, Milan are not a great club anymore. It's still the name. The name, like even Arsenal, they're gonna replace Arteta. Believe me, many top coaches would love to coach Arsenal just for the name, for the brand. Yeah, I'm
Right.
gonna be the guy to take that team back to the top again. That's
Yeah.
on the mind of many coaches.
But Milan's infrastructure allows Milan to always be on the verge of being a top club, even if right now we've had all these limitations. But yeah, all right, Saif. I really appreciate you coming on. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. You're
Thank
always welcome whenever you
Yeah.
can. So yeah, awesome.
It's been fun. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Saif. Thank you. All right, Saif, I'll see you next time. Forza Milan. And Saif, did I ask you last time what your predictions are for Milan Juventus? Do you want to give predictions or you don't want to give predictions?
Oh damn. I'm gonna say it's gonna be 2-1 Milan. It's gonna be 2-0. We're gonna keep playing well. But in the last moments, Juve will score and pressure us, but I think we'll manage to get the win. So I say 2-1. They're scoring Ibrahimovic and Privic.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yes, awesome. Let's hope so. All right, Saif, I'll
Cool.
see you next time. You're always welcome to come back, okay?
Thank you. You're gonna do a watch along, right?
We are going to do the watch along on Sunday, yes.
Okay, perfect.
All right, my man. Have a good one.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
All right, bye. Guys, that was Saif from Romania. Thank you for Saif. Always comes in, always interesting and well thought out perspectives. I really appreciate Saif, Joga Benito. Guys, I have time for one more guest, and we already have a taker. Antoine, or Antonio, is here. Let's bring Antonio up. And Antonio will be our last guest. Then I have to close for today. We did 4 hours. That was nice. Let's go. Antonio, how are you doing, sir?
Very good. How are you, Roy?
I'm doing great. What's
you're
up?
You're not nervous at all?
No, never. Listen, there's one thing that I will never accept when it comes to football. Fear, nervousness, any of that stuff is unacceptable. It's just
Right.
the game.
Yeah, I wish I was as brave as Zlatan, but as a fan, at least I don't have to go play, and because I feel I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty nervous, but I'm confident that the way the Milan that I know can win this game, like if we show up, like it just depends.
Right.
I was just thinking back to when we beat Juventus like 4-2 last year at the end of the season, and that was like we came back after being down, and that I think that was when we were like playing some of the best, like we were like at kind of the highest like level that we showed. I think Rebic was unbelievable back then too, towards the end of the season. But yeah, and then we started off really well this season. But recently, I just haven't seen that same level, and I'm really scared that we won't show it today or Sunday. But you know, it's possible. I think we played better against Benevento with Zlatan. It's huge that he's going to play. So anything is possible. Like he is. So we have a good chance to win. But yeah, the referee is kind of weird. Like, what do you think about that? Like, he's given us so many red cards in the past.
Right. So he's given us, I read 13 red cards out of 33 matches. I don't know if it's 33 matches total or 30. Yeah, it has to be 33 matches total. Or 33 matches against Juve. I don't know if it has to be 33 matches total. So 13, that's almost 50% of the games giving us red cards. Now, we know for a fact that Juve back in 2005 was 2006, with the whole Calciopoli thing, Juve had influence on the referees, and the way they would influence a referee was, with the yellow cards, red cards, etc., just manipulating, the selection of the
Juve
coaches.
Merda.
So, I don't know if Juve is still doing that or they're doing that. Maybe they are. Who knows? It's probably all rigged anyway. But the referee can be a problem. We have to be honest. The referee can be a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, what surprised me was last time when we played against Juventus, they beat us fairly. At the same time, I think that like obviously we missed so many players. They always play us like it always. I feel like every time we play them, something works out for them. Like we were missing like almost our whole team. Calabria had to play midfield. That was a mess.
Right.
Yeah. So, but yeah, last time the ref was pretty fair. But yeah, I'm worried about that. Like you said, that could be a concern, but. You know what, you have to go into the match and just prepare and just play the best you can, and then if the ref is clearly like if it's clearly if the events that happen are clearly unfair, then then you can blame the ref after the game, but all you can do is go and play. So what scares me is Agnelli too, because he is such a snake, like with the whole, I mean, I'm not saying I'm 100% against the Super League, but his role in the Super League was pretty hilarious, and like how he conned everybody. So he is definitely involved with that
What do you
stuff.
mean by that? What do you mean?
So I don't know if I'm pretty sure you guys know, but Cheferin, the UEFA president,
Lord Seferin.
yeah. So he was like his close friend. I even heard that Agnelli's like I think it was Agnelli's.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Right. I believe Agnelli's like either his kids or I think it was his kids. Like I think Chefferin's kids. One of them is like the godfather of the other's kids. They were that close, and he just lied about the whole Super League thing and then just left afterwards. So that's the type of people that work at Juventus right there. So you got to worry about that.
Look, it's a war between snakes.
Yeah.
We
Hello. I think Roy got kicked off the stream, so I'll just wait.
Antoine,
Hello?
can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I think
All right.
you got
Sorry
like
about.
kicked out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been happening. I got a shitty system. I just got to update it. Yeah, what it
Yeah.
is. Whatever. Anyway, you were saying, yeah, definitely a lot of snakery going on there.
Mhm.
I mean, of course, Agnelli. We all know. We've seen it. We've seen it. Calciopoli. We've seen everything.
I think it's a good point. I mean, I'm not saying our management are saints. I know Maldini's great, but I love Maldini. And he didn't really have any role. He doesn't have much role in that sense. But our owners are they're very interesting.
Right, and Lyert brought this up the other day about Elliot. Elliot
Yes.
also there's a lot of snakery going on there. Hedge funds. They have no. It's basically businesses with no souls, right? They don't care for the little guy. They're all in it for themselves.
Yeah, I think their main goal, right, even like owning a soccer team, their goal is just to make money. Like you look at Roman Abramovich at Chelsea. I'm not saying we need somebody like that, but he doesn't care. He'll spend as much money as possible to bring in like these mega like he spent so much money last summer like just to better the team. Like there's not many owners like him now. Many of them are just focused on just money, like Elliot. But I think if Milan wants to be a great club, they're gonna have to sell eventually. But for now, we're rebuilding, so it's fun.
Yeah, Abramovich is actually a really interesting owner. He kind of reminds me of Berlusconi a little bit. He's very involved in the team. Um, we don't really have that. There's not many teams that have that, to be honest with you. But it would be nice to have someone like that, someone that is super passionate about the team, that is, just is a diehard fan and is willing
Yeah.
to give it all. Obviously, Elliot doesn't give a fuck about Milan. Okay,
Yeah,
like
no, yeah.
they probably don't even watch the games. They probably, I bet that Elliot doesn't even know what the third AC Milan shirt looks like.
Yeah, I heard. I mean, I have no idea how valid this is, but I read somewhere that they don't even care if we make the Champions League because then they won't have to invest in players in the summer because they're gonna like if we make the Champions League, we're gonna have to get a lot of players, and they really don't want to spend that much money. So
Yeah, like we can't really depend on Elliot to be the driving force of this team. It all has to come down to the management, to Maldini and Gazidis and etc.
yeah,
But this doesn't mean that it's necessarily a bad thing, because it's
right. I have like my thoughts are that Elliot, as much as they're like self-interested in making money, they were kind of perfect for us in the sense that these past 10 years you saw like all of these like my philosophy is like when a team is like when a good team starts to struggle and it's for a decent amount of time, there's just you have to get to the point where you kind of rebuild for a little bit. Like Juventus tried doing it this year. I think they're jumping right back into it next year if they're going to fire Pirlo. So I'm not sure about that. But you need to maybe take some time, rebuild, take a year or two, and so you can avoid what Milan did for 10 years, which is keep trying to over like all like the Chinese owners keep trying to spend too much money and then keep going into debt. So that's my thing is like I think we've needed like this kind of reset, but I hope eventually we'll be back to like that level,
Yeah, no, our reset periods have been, the Mirabelli era was a failure.
Mm.
But honestly, the reset areas shouldn't take this long. Okay, it shouldn't take this long. Milan should, with the kind of club Milan is, with the kind of assets that Milan has, with the kind of infrastructure that Milan is, Milan should already be competing in the Champions League. It's taking a little bit too long. Let's also be honest about it.
Of course. So that my philosophy, like I believe that if we had like kind of a rebuild like way earlier, like what we're having right now, of kind of like okay, let's not spend too much money on all these like kind of these players that aren't even like that amazing, to be honest. Oh, Roy glitched out again.
Sorry, Antoine, go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, so I was just saying, I think if we did that earlier, we would have been better off. And I'm also thinking now that reminds me of like financial fair play, because that's something I'm really annoyed with. Like I remember trying to like understand why Milan couldn't go and buy certain players, but then you see other teams like Barcelona recently that they're like, I think over a billion, like around €1 billion in debt or something, and they're still like trying to buy Haaland in the summer. So like I'm kind of like, that really gets me upset in the sense, and that's why when we first joined the Super League, I was like laughing, because I think that Milan have been screwed by like UEFA in that sense, and that was super frustrating. And yeah, that's something that really messed us up. It's upsetting.
Were you for it or against it?
For the Super League?
Yeah.
So initially, I was for it. Not gonna lie, like
Okay.
and I know that, like, I think a lot of people, like the media, for instance, like I was all over social media when that happened. I think that people and like the fans, especially in England, they were like misinterpreting a lot of the things. Like they said that grassroots like soccer was going to be destroyed by the Super League, but at the same time, the Super League was going to donate more money like to grassroots organizations than the Champions League was going to. Like they have the power to do that. That's one. The other was that it was going to be a completely closed league when there were still going to be five. I know it's not as many, but 5 spots for teams to compete. And I know it's still a closed league, and I understand. I'm more like considerate now of like fans, and like I'm not saying I'm 100% for the Super League, but I was a Milan. I am a Milan fan, and I'm very upset with the way UEFA treated us. And it would be, and I of course was really tempted by the financial, like, the teams, those 12 teams would have become super teams, like no matter what in the future, because we would have had so many more resources than other teams. So yeah, that was really tempting for me, and that's why I kind of was in favor of the Super League at first. But it's whatever. It didn't happen, but yeah, I think we'll be fine.
Gotcha. But right now, where do you stand? Like, if you're more against it right now?
Well, right now, the idea, I'm not against the idea. I'll wait for you to come back.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's totally fine. So I was saying I'm still not 100% against it, but right now the fact that all of these teams have backed out, like the teams that have in that Milan, when I read their statement, they were like this like weird statement that didn't say that they were out of the league, and then that that they still could be in the league. I think that now you kind of have to just back out completely, because if there's like pretty much no chance that like the fans aren't going to let this happen. So there's no way that Milan should stay in this league anymore. It's just damaging to them, and they could face like consequences. We couldn't even be kicked out of the Champions League if we don't back out. So that's too much of a risk.
Yeah. Carlo Moretti here says something very interesting. He says, we need a new stadium so we get 100% of the gates. That would help a lot. That is a good point, right? Like, if we can't make the Super League, at least let's build our own stadium and also attract more buyers for the club. What the hell is the Comune di Milano playing at? Do they want us to succeed? Now, that brings me to something. So, I'm a little bit older, so I saw that transition. I was there when that transition happened, where Italy and Milan and Juve, all these teams were dominated in football. Then all of a sudden, a few regulation changes happened in Italy and in UEFA, and all of a sudden Milan became almost a second tier kind of club. So I saw that happen. All right, my bad. I don't know what's going on. I might have to close soon. But anyway, I saw that happen. I saw that transition happen. And there is truth in what Carlo Moretti says. The government of Italy and the Comune di Milano, that's more centralized to Milano, played and has played a big role in the reason why a team like Milan cannot go to the next level. Plus, you put UEFA in the picture. It's like Milan is being attacked from all sides, from the government and from UEFA.
Yeah, I would just add that I definitely noticed that because you saw the same thing with Inter too over these past years. Now Inter they finally were able to win this Scudetto, and they were in the same position as us in that sense. I think the new stadium. I think one of the things that's kind of preventing that right now is Inter's financial situation. I've heard that because of their ownership, they're not sure what the ownership is going to do, and they need both teams to finance the stadium. So that's one thing. Another thing is I don't know if our owners are fully committed to building a new stadium. So that's kind of interesting. I would think they are, but I haven't. I've heard that like we need a new owner before we can build a new stadium. I don't know, but maybe not. And the other thing I wanted to point out was about sharing the stadiums. Like as much as I don't like sharing a stadium because it's necessary because we need like to build like a mega stadium. Right now Milan cannot do that by themselves. So I think we would need we need them to cooperate together to get a really good stadium. So yeah, I think it's very complicated, but I agree 100%. That's the next step. Like we need to modernize in that sense, modernize our stadium, modernize our academy, modernize a lot of the parts of our club.
Yeah. All right, Antoine. Last thing. Let me tell you last thing. Then I'm going to, guys. I have to close in a few minutes. I know Hillary was here yesterday. I don't know if that's a he or a she, but Hillary was asking to be on. So Hillary, I'm going to get you on in a second. Antonio, what do you think? Any last words, or what do you think is going to happen? Against Juventus. Anything you want to say?
So against Juventus. Without the referee aside, it's I'm not the best optimist. I'm not saying we're gonna lose. I'm not the most optimistic person. I think I don't really know. Like I'm not gonna make a prediction. I don't because it depends on how we come out, like how we play. I think if we start with Rebic and Ibra, I think there's a chance they play very well together, and I think there's a chance that we can play well. I hope our defense. I hope Tomori and her defense and Hernandez, and Hernandez played bad last time we played against Juventus. I hope that they will play to the best of their ability. And if we can do that, then I'm confident that we can win the game. Juventus aren't that good right now. So that's how I feel, and I definitely feel like a win is possible and it's necessary, so we better approach this. I'm scared that players on social media have stopped following Ibra. So kicked out again. But I just wanted to say that I'm scared. I hope that Ibra is still respected, and because his mentality is what's really crucial for the team. So if Ibra can lead the team, then I'm very confident that we can win this game. But yeah.
So you think a lot of it will depend on that Theo Hernandez Tomori tandem, how they do?
Well, yeah, the defense. I think Kjaer is going to be solid if he plays. If they choose him, he was great against Ronaldo. If you noticed that matchup last time they played, I think Hernandez against Chiesa was horrible, and Romagnoli was not good either. So if Tomori plays, he has to be on his game.
I think Chiesa, based on how Juventus has been playing lately, Chiesa is going to play on the other side this time.
Yeah, I didn't notice that. I think Calabria should be good to go, right, for this game?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Calabria is great. I mean, he kind of scares me sometimes in his defending, but he works so hard. So I think he'll be better than I think he's better at defending, I would say, than Hernandez, even though Hernandez at the beginning of the season was very good at defending. He kind of dropped a bit. But yeah, so I would say that, and also Ibra's leadership and the respect that, like, I'm scared that some of the players on social media, like, kind of unfollowed him. I hope that he's still respected.
So sorry, my man.
Yeah.
I hope you're
Well,
entertaining everybody. What
yeah.
this happened? I'm okay. All right,
I
go
just
ahead. Finish your last thought, and then
right.
I'm going
I
to.
know. Yeah. I know I'm jumping all over the place, but basically what I want to say is everybody needs to be on point to win this game. Donnarumma has to cloud out the distractions. The defense has to be like on point against Chiesa or against Ronaldo, which I think Kjaer can do. The midfield has to shield the defense, and like which is something that we've like Benacer, for instance, and he needs to play better, and that our defensive midfielders need to kind of be there and then kind of control that area. And then we need to score the chances that we get. So everybody needs to be clinical. Everybody needs to play together, and we need to play quick and the way that we can when we're all healthy.
Yeah,
so
that is absolutely true. We definitely need to play quick. It's a one of those games where playing fast football is going to be a key, because we went over this earlier. Juventus is a team that can pressure really well, and when you have these teams that pressure really well, you have to play fast football, one-touch football, precise football. Yeah.
Yep.
And I think, and I agree with you. I think Milan right now has its whole team in full force. As long as they come in with the right attitude, they don't think about all this bullshit that is happening in social media. I'm confident too. I'm confident about this game. I have nothing to. I'm not worrying at all. There's nothing at all.
It's one of those games where like I feel like anything can happen. We can either play amazing or we can like play like we did against Lazio. But so like it's just scary. But I think that everything is there for us to win. Like we have everything that we need. It's just that if the players will kind of start getting back to that like form that they were in a while ago. So
yeah. All right, Antonio, thank you so much for bringing in your 2 cents. I'm looking forward to have you come back again. Remember, every time I do these streams, all of you guys are welcome to give me your 2 cents. So, thank you for following. Thank you for joining and contributing.
Yep, I got my dad to subscribe to you guys recently. Thank you guys for having me and giving me the chance to talk. And I can't wait for the game. And Forza Milan. Let's go.
All right. I don't know what's going on with my system here, but all right. Last guest of the day, Antonio. Once again, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Please join me next time.
Yep, thank you. I hope you heard my what I said before I left.
Oh no, sorry. What did you say? No, I didn't.
No, I just said like I was just saying, thank you for having me. I got my dad to subscribe to the channel too, and I got him into it.
Yes.
And Forza Milan. Yeah, I'm super excited, and thank you for the opportunity to talk.
No problem at all. And we are going to do the watch along on Sunday. So, and I think, guys, Ari, we're finally going to see Ari again. So
yes.
Yeah, right. And then finally we're going to see one of his reviews. Finally.
I started watching I found him on YouTube a while ago, and I subscribed to him, and like I saw the channel kind of grow after that. So yeah, Ari. I remember his reactions were are pretty amazing. So yeah.
Right. When I first saw an Ari reaction, I was ready to go to war. It gave me so much energy. I was like, damn, let's do this. I love his energy. I love his passion for Milan. But so Sunday, if you can, watch the game and also, join.
Will you guys do public? Will you guys have people speak after you guys are done, like for reactions maybe, or?
I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet because those streams are not really. Those are not my streams. But
right, okay.
So I'm not sure yet.
Is this so? Is this schedule during the week? Is this what you guys do on weekdays or?
Basically, I'm due to my work schedule. I work, the late shift. You want to say? So I'm available during the day to do these streams during the day. so I can do these streams, and you know, it was my idea to bring in people and to have,
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a great idea.
yeah, no problem, no problem. All right, my man. So I will see you next time.
Let's go. Forza Milan. Thank you.
Forza Milan.
Ciao.
All right, guys. Ciao. I have literally 7 minutes left, and then I gotta go. So, Hillary, you wanted to join the stream. You had something to get off your chest. Do it. So let me put the link. Where is it? Where is it? Okay. All right, guys. Last guest of the day, and then I have to close. Thank you for everybody, guys. Thank you to Antonio. This is the second time Antonio joins us on the stream. Appreciate Antonio's thoughts on Milan, his point of views, like Saif, like Joga Benito, and whoever has joined the stream. I think Eastbourne has joined the stream. We've seen Skiller join. Where's Skiller at? Missing Skiller. We need Skiller. Some Italian referees need to repent and ask for forgiveness from other clubs, especially when you come to Milan side. I like Daniel Orsato, but he disappointed me against Lazio. Forza Milan. Yes, sir. No, thank you, Antonio. Thank you. All right, guys. So if Hillary O'Coley, if you're still here, you can join, but I do have to close because my my real life, real life is about to start for me soon. In a few minutes. Anyway, guys, Forza Milan, sempre. Esiste solo una squadra, il Milan. Le altre fanno tutte cagare. I wonder if you know what I'm saying. Let's all right. No, Hillary, do it now. Do it now because I gotta close after. Come on right now and just do it now. Forza Milan. Hillary, you got about 7 minutes. That's plenty of time, and then you can join another time. But come on, let's hear you. Hey, no, thank you, Carlo. Thank you for always being here, my friend, for coming and joining us. Much appreciated. Sì, ti capisco, Roy. Parli italiano, certo che parla italiano. Roy, Antonio speaks Italian. That's pretty cool. DOA 74 says Forza Milan. Hillary, so no, not today. Another time. Join the stream earlier, Hillary. Next time, join the stream earlier so you can come up and do your thing. But if not, guys, I'm going to have to close because unfortunately, real life for me is about to start in a minute. So I'm assuming, Hillary, that you are not gonna do it today. All right, that's fine. That's fine. All right, guys. Thank you so much for everybody that joined us, that participated. Saif that came earlier, Joga Benito, Antonio for participating, and everybody else that participated in the chat and gave me feedback and ideas and things to talk about. Guys, we have tomorrow, Friday, we have Saturday, and then it's game day. All right, wait, hold on. I think we have a taker. There it is. All right, Hillary, you have 5 minutes. Let's do it. Okay, Hillary is sorry, go ahead. What's up? How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad yourself.
Good, excellent. Hillary, are you a man or female? My bad. Sorry.
I'm a man though.
Oh, okay, because your name Hillary. All right, never mind. My fault. All right, Hillary, how you doing, my friend? How's everything going?
Everything is fine. Yourself? How's everything?
I'm doing excellent, my man. So, get it off your chest. Whatever you want to talk about, anything you want to say, go ahead. The floor is
Yeah,
yours.
I've been a Milan fan for the past 15 years. Yeah,
Nice.
and this year has been an upliftment because of what Pioli has done for Milan. But 2020 we played unbeaten after the loss we had with Genoa at home, and after the pandemic and the lockdown, we picked form.
Right.
That was the first match of the Coppa Italia with Juventus, the controversial match, and we lost on away goal because of that silly referee. That same referee is coming up. Is coming for the next match against
Oh,
Juventus
okay.
over the weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, and this year I don't know who to blame. Whether it's the injuries we have or purely tactics. Because one thing for Pioli is that he never changes his tactics. He plays
Right.
players for players. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those
Yeah.
4-2-3-1 formation is playing. And again, after the injury of Ismail Benacer, he's not that kind of player we know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're right.
So he has lost that touch, and then Sandro Tonelli has hit form because of that him and KTS partnership in 2020. But Ismail is not that kind of player anymore. So I think in this Juventus game, Tonelli needs to partnership with KCS to find that strong midfielder to shadow the defense line, because our defense is so weak since we concede goals every match except that last game against Benevento. You know, and things like this can't be tolerated anymore.
You know what? You bring up a good point. Obviously, you know, the fact that Benacer has not regained his match fitness, but he has been playing somewhat for the past month, you know, the first halves. Look, we can speculate all we want we know what Pioli's going to do. Pioli's going to play Benacer. You know, I agree with you that Tonali is maybe the better choice in this moment, but Pioli is going to play Benacer. I don't think Pioli. We know how to read Pioli at this point. We know what he's going to do. Pioli is not very, you know, he is pretty predictable. Let's put it that way.
Exactly. So that's the problem at the moment, because Pioli is not someone that is tactically inclined, and this is really frustrating me at the moment, because against some what's it called, against Sassuolo, you know, why should you take off? Why should you bring off Salemakers that's been playing well? You know, I'm bringing Samu Casilejo. You know, this kind of changes is something that frustrates we the fans.
Right. And against Sassuolo, he did do that tactical change where he did that 4-2-2-2, right? And it was a disaster. It didn't work. It didn't work at all. Which is an ulterior show of how Pioli is a very one-dimensional coach. But what I get positivity out of this right now is that the whole team is back. I'm assuming Benacer he must have achieved some sort of match fitness by now. Calabria also. At this point, what I'm saying is just play them the way you've always played them, that 4-2-3-1, and just, you know, don't change anything. Because if you change stuff, it's just going to be a mess. You found a formula, stick with your formula. But you're right, and I agree with you. It would be nice to have a coach that is a little bit more multidimensional, someone that can make changes and create and be less predictable. I agree with you.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, now our next game is against Juventus in Turin.
Yeah.
My challenges in that game is the way Milan pushed the game. You know, our last 3 games were so slow and so weak in the midfield. And if you give someone like Bentancur that position, he'll detect the play. And if Bentancur, when he detect that play, we have no chance anymore in the midfield. We need to close the game. We need to mark these players because we can't leave Bentancur to read the game. Because when he reads the game, we are finished.
Yeah,
That's the
no,
problem at the moment.
you're absolutely right. And this is also what I was earlier. I was doing a tactical, let's say a tactical, what I would do against Juventus if I was the coach, and that's what I would do. I would stop some of these key players that are make Juventus build, right? So like the midfield, Bentancur, stop Quadrado, let stop Quadrado, stop Dybala, Morata, stop Chiesa,
Yeah,
stop certain players from playing, and
complain.
then
Yeah.
then everything else will follow. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Now, is Benacer the right player to stop Bentancur? Is Benacer the right player with Kessie to stop someone like Bentancur or Rabiot or McKennie? We don't know. We're going to see. But we do know that Pioli is going to put Benacer in the field. So.
Yeah, but Benacer is someone that always his tackles are not decisive because he needs to learn how to read the game in the tackles. Because the last match he had a yellow card uncalled for in the first half. That was why Pioli took him off and brought in Tonelli so that you won't consider any red card. This and Juventus, the way they play, they won't allow you to have possession. They want to sink you in your half, making the play with Quadrado and Alexandro coming from the flank. If Milan can beat Juventus under Pirlo, that means Pioli is something else.
You say if he cannot beat.
Yeah, if Milan can't beat Juventus under Pirlo, that means Pioli is not technically inclined.
I kind of agree with you, man. I honestly kind of agree with you. I think Juventus is not a team with a very structured tactical formula. And there are certain players that if you stop, Juventus won't play. So I think I'm hoping that Pioli can see this, and I'm hoping that Pioli can make these adjustments. I want to ask you a question about something that you brought up earlier. You said that Milan gained form after the lockdown. I want to ask you: do you think that part of the reason why Milan gained form is because they didn't have the pressure of the fans in the stadium?
I think so because if you watch critically well from last year and this season, Milan had more points in their away games, and I think the fans not being in the stands really gave us some advantage because when the fans were there, Kessie is always losing the balls in the midfield. I think the fans' abstinence in these games is giving Milan some critical advantage.
Yeah, I think so too. But and then let me follow up with this question: do you think that right now the fans would be an advantage for Milan or a disadvantage?
Right. Let me push this question towards the derby, the derby della Monina.
Yeah.
When we are training in Milano, the fans visited Milan in the training ground.
Right.
Shouting, encouraging them, knowing that the next day is the derby.
Yeah.
We went to the derby, we are scared. First 15 minutes, we couldn't play. I don't know what tactics that Pioli came up with. I can't really understand the potential outlook in Milan when it comes to big games. We lost to Napoli. We lost to Lazio. We lost to Juventus first leg. We lost to Inter Milan. Yeah, we lost to Napoli. We lost to Atalanta. It's only AS Roma that we won. We won the first game. We drew 3-3,
and everybody beat Roma, so it's not even that special.
Yeah. So if we don't finish top 4, or we finish top 4, for example, Every clubs in Italian football are being solidified now with great managers. Inter Milan has Conte. Juventus is about to hire Allegri into the system back. Roma hired Mourinho. Milan will sync with Pioli. I read something not quite long ago that Milan is linked with the Lille manager, linked with Mauricio Sarri. We need a top-class manager, a manager that can dictate play, a manager that can switch formation. That is why I like Gasperini. Gasperini, what you have in mind is not what he's going to play against you. That is why I like Gasperini. He's doing a very good job, a fabulous job with Atalanta. He knows how to read the game. This is what we need as a top-class manager. Pioli is not one of it.
When Pioli was first hired, well, actually, let me ask you this. What did you think of Gattuso? And then Giampaolo and then Pioli? What did you think about that
All right.
process?
Gattuso he has this grit in him. I won't say he's a top class manager. He has this grit. The way he arranged the boys for the game. I think he gives them this Dutch courage into the match. Go and fight. Go for the war. That's the way Gattuso coaches. He's not someone that is technically inclined. He's a good manager, but he has grit. He has that passion. The way he played for Milan. That's the way he possesses it for the players. But I don't think he's a great manager. But I won't give him that. I'll rate him like 5 out of 10.
Okay. And then Giampaolo.
Oh, Marco Giampaolo. When he was first hired to Milan, when he was in Sampdoria, I was happy that we brought him. Yeah, I was happy initially when we brought him, because then playing Sampdoria was a very critical team. That they play very good football. Yeah, and Marco Giampaolo is good for his 4-3-1-2 formation. When during the summer signing, he said that he's going to play Suso as a tetraquista, the attacking midfielder, which never worked for Milan.
Never worked. Even when Montella tried it. I remember Montella, when Montella had this game against Lazio, he was playing 4-3-3. Lazio demolished Milan. And then after that game, Montella changed to a 4-3-1-2. It's like, why? Just keep it for Suso's not an attacking midfielder. He needs to play on the right wing. Keep him on the right. Yeah. Keep on going.
Yeah. So I don't think.
Sorry. My bad. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah. So like I said, I don't think when Marco Giampaolo came to Milan and we started sinking. Our first game was against Udinese. We lost. It was an away match with Udinese. We lost 1-0. And during the friendlies, we never won any friendlies with Marco Giampaolo. He said we were losing, dropping, drawing. That was the point, and it was a call for Milan that this manager was not effective for us. Then Marco Giampaolo came in.
I mean, I knew already from the start that Giampaolo was not the right coach, and Giampaolo would have failed. I knew it right away. But okay, let's keep on going. So when Pioli came in, what did you think of Pioli?
Right, when Pioli came in, his first match was against Lecce, which we drew in San Siro 2-2. You see, and he played. He changed like 2 formations. First, he started with classic 4-4-2. When he was pairing Ibrahimovic with Rafael Leao. That never worked.
Well, when Pioli came in, Ibra wasn't in the team, right? Or was he?
When Pioli came in, Ibra was not in the team. Was not in the team because Ibra came in January transfer. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but he came with 4-3-3 first. The 4-3-3 never worked. Then January transfer, Ibrahimovic came in. Then he switched to 4-4-2. Leao partnered with Ibrahimovic. That didn't work. Then after the lockdown, he switched to 4-3-1-2, which is still using at the moment. And we found out that it worked for us. and we played Invisible in 2020. Became the winter champions. I was celebrating, telling my friends that the Scudetto is ours. You know, I was full of myself. You know what I mean? Then after is it the 4th January when we hosted Juventus. But that game, I'll say that we had some depleted squad in that game because we had some COVID cases, injuries, and everything, and we are forced to play Calabria in the central midfield. We partnered Calabria with Nkesi, you know, and then Huge played as well. You know, no out and out striker there. So, and we lost 3-1 at home to Juventus. So you say the whole thing started. I don't know. You know, the way we declined this 2021 is something I don't really know what really happened.
Look,
and again,
listen, I never thought Milan was going to win the Scudetto. Even when Milan was first every Sunday, every Wednesday, I knew already Milan was not going to win the Scudetto. I never thought once that Milan was going to win the Scudetto. I was sure, and I still am sure, kind of, that Milan was going to reach their objective, which was top 4. But my thing is that Pioli, and like you were saying earlier, is a very one-dimensional coach, and this has cost the team a lot. So if anything that has happened, in my opinion, is that Pioli has showed his limitations tactically, technically. He's been outsmarted a lot by many other coaches. All those other coaches that you said, you know, Conte, you know, Gasperini, Simone Inzaghi, all these other coaches are better than Pioli. You know, there's something to be said there. Pioli is
because I've been reading a lot of speculations in the media. You see, one thing I need to clarify every Milan fans like myself and everyone around me. Yeah,
right.
They're giving a benefit of doubt to Pioli. When Milan finished top 4, he remains as the manager. It's of no good. The best thing we could do, we should not put pressure on Pioli. He should just finish the remaining 4 games we have in hand. End of the season, then we evaluate his progress. They will know what to do.
I agree. I think if Pioli takes the top 4 position, I think it's the right thing to do to keep him.
Yeah,
and I agree with you that a lot of the, you know, right now putting too much pressure on these is bad. Yeah, you're right about that for sure.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking because the speculation is too much. I read that we are linked with the first one was Yuri's what's his name again? Uri Lichi, the manager of Verona.
Juric.
Yeah, Uric. Yeah, that was the first speculation I had. The second speculation was Andrei Shevchenko. The third one was Sarri, and the fourth one is the Lille manager. So these are the speculation that is making Pioli to be unstable. You know, they should stop all these things and allow him to concentrate. Because this top 4, we need top 4, or else we can't sign decent players.
Right. Yeah. We got to make the top 4. Okay, Hillary, I got to go because I got to get on the, you know, the real world is calling, so I got to get ready for work. But I really appreciate you coming on the stream. And as you know, I do this a lot. I have, you know, anybody that wants to come on the stream and give them their 2 cents. Is there any last things you want to say?
There's nothing much to say, but just that I just give Milan the win on Sunday, and I think a win in that game will give us a big boost for the top 4. Because after Juventus, we are playing Torino, Cagliari, and the last game Atalanta. At least against Atalanta, we know that we are playing in a relaxed manner
because they already secured the top.
Yes, I've checked all the fixtures of Juventus, fixtures of Milan and that of Napoli. And I found out that Milan has more of the easiest game to play. With Juventus and Atalanta are the tough games we are facing.
But
So
hey, let's not forget that Torino and Cagliari are fighting for relegation, and Cagliari is doing pretty good right now.
yeah, I watched Cagliari last game against Napoli. They lost time equalizer by Nandes.
Right. Cagliari is not a team that I would take too lightly, and neither is Torino, because look, these teams that are fighting for relegation are literally fighting for their lives.
Yes, it's true. You're right.
I remember something. Do you remember the player Camoranesi?
Camoranesi, Juventus, yeah.
Yeah, I remember watching his interview. He said in his interview that the worst feeling he's ever had in his whole life was when his team got relegated, when he was playing for a team and they got relegated. So that tells me that these players are fighting for their lives. So these are going to be difficult games. These are going to be difficult games.
Yeah. And I think Cagliari will be a difficult game because Cagliari, they play kind of long balls, and their strikers are very aggressive.
Yeah.
You know, what's his name again? Is it yeah, that's what's his name? Pavoletti.
Pavoletti, right. And they have a good midfield too. You know, they have
they have a very wonderful midfield. Marin, very good. That's a Romanian midfielder, very good midfielder. Yeah. And they have Nangolan as well.
Last thing, Hillary, you said you've been a Milan fan for 15 years. How did you become a Milan fan?
Yeah. I supported Milan 2001-2002 Champions League when when Milan played Bayern Munich, second leg in Allianz Arena, when Inzaghi came from the bench to score 2 goals.
Oh, okay, nice. Yes. Yeah. That was an amazing game. I love it.
Yes. So since then, I've been a diehard fan of Milan. Actually, my nickname, they call me Ancelotti. That's what they call me.
Nice.
They call me Ancelotti. So if you come to my street, they know me as Ancelotti. Nobody knows my name as Hillary. They call me Ancelotti, or they call me Carlo, because my blood is Milan.
Nice, I love that. Awesome.
Yeah, my phone, my car, everything about me is Milan.
Nice. So you're like a ultra.
Yes, I'm an. If I lose, I don't sleep. My blood is Milan. I can't do without Milan.
Nice, awesome. All right, Hillary. Well, listen, thank you very much for joining me today, and hopefully, you'll come back again. And we're doing a watch along on Friday. If you can, join the watch along. We'll be watching Juventus Milan together with everybody else. I'll do that. And so yeah, thank you so much once again, and Forza Milan.
Thank you very much. Okay, Forza Milan. Bye.
Ciao. All right, guys. And that is it for today. Thank you to Hillary. Thank you to everybody that was here. Carlo Moretti, thank you so much. Buonanotte from Scotland. Carlo is from Scotland. Thank you to Antonio, Said, Isbor, everybody that was here today that joined us. Forza Milan, solo due colori, solo una squadra, tutto il resto è una merda. Let me put the video up. Let me do this right, and then we're going to close the stream. Ciao.